welcome to the Intelligent Idea Target Podcast.
Yo.
Hey.
Yo.
Ah, man. I think
See?
C dropped off. Maybe he'll jump back in a minute.
Well, hey, guys. We're waiting for C. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back to another installment of the Intelligent Idea Talkers Podcast, for the week of 3/9/2024. A player's birthday, you know.
Hey.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
It's a Funk Master Flex in the building.
Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. I'm your host, D.
This is Juice.
This is Frank.
And we're waiting for a special guest.
Yeah, we have a
man.
special
Chris-
guest who
Chris
disappeared.
Evans.
I'll message him. See what's up.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Another week, man. You know what's funny, fellas? I just want to throw this
Okay,
out there real
yeah.
quick. Hey, what's up, Z?
What's up?
Yes, sir. Yo, you know what's funny, fellas? For Juice and Frank, we did a podcast. Tonight is daylight saving. We did a podcast. I was
shit,
listening
you're right.
yesterday. We did a podcast and we touched on daylight savings. 11/5/2023, I think it was. It was the night of daylight savings, you know. And we were talking about how much bullshit it was and blah blah blah. So here we are again, fellas. Daylight savings.
I remember when we did talk about it that they were actually gonna do away with it, but it's
Right.
but I don't know what happened. Like it was like passed, and like the bill was passed, and it's like they're not doing anything with it. So we're still,
Rich white people strike again, man.
we're still doing
I
it.
swear, man, they just won't let it go. Let us have an hour back.
I like daylight
same
savings.
shit.
It really doesn't matter, I guess.
It's the same shit. Just keep it at the same fucking time.
I
Yeah,
prefer,
leave it.
Just leave it alone.
I prefer the November or daylight savings time going back versus going forward. So I hate this time, but yeah, I think at 2 o'clock the clock will jump. 2 o'clock a.m. the clocks will jump forward to 3 o'clock a.m. So that sucks.
The only thing I don't like about spring forward is that you lose an hour of sleep, but you also lose an hour of everything else. So like all the stuff you don't want to do, you lose an hour of. All the stuff that you do want to do, you lose an hour of. So it's like.
But I do like when your body adjusts and a few days go by and like it's 8 o'clock and it's still kind of daylight and it just looks good and it feels. I enjoy the spring is what I'm trying to say.
It's almost as if we didn't do it at all.
It wouldn't really matter, right?
Right.
You don't really need to do
It kind of wouldn't matter.
I don't really want it. No,
Because
it wouldn't matter.
it's just a matter of time before the rest of the summer moves and we have more daylight anyway. We'll just have more daylight anyway eventually.
It's the same shit.
Hang on. Let me think about this.
Because 6 months from now, we're
going
gonna be fucking moving it back again. So to this time, so like, what the fuck?
So in fall, we go backwards an hour.
To this time.
Which means the days are shorter, right? Because if we didn't at 5 o'clock when it gets dark in fall, it would be 6 o'clock, which meant it would have been dark at I don't know. I failed math. You know what I'm saying? In school, man. Is this algebra or something? Trying to figure out how this would work.
Well, all I know is in the summer, the days
Because
are
there's a
longer.
reason, right? You want to save daylight, so
You have more daylight in the summer anyway.
And in fall, you move the clock back an hour, which means everybody moves their time back, their bodily clocks, and you gain that hour of daylight versus, I guess, being dark at 4.
But where are we saving daylight?
Yeah.
In the,
Well, if the days
Also, we all work inside.
no.
So you're saying it's a mind trick?
Where are we saving daylight? Huh? Because if we're moving an hour back in daylight in the fall, we're not saving any daylight.
I think they pulled a Jedi mind trick on us, bro. They pulled a Jedi mind trick, man. What the fuck? They were like, it's daylight savings.
Well, don't get me started on the concept of time, because time is it a man-made construct or is it not?
It definitely is. But how would you?
Oh no, it is. It is undoubtedly.
In ancient cultures, they would measure time by the movement of the sun.
Movement of the sun.
that equates with daylight savings time, right? So if the days themselves are actually shorter, right? Because the sun is moving, or we're revolving around the sun. So if we set the time at 6 o'clock in November, if we set the time back to 5, I'm trying to make sense of daylight savings.
This is how our podcast be going. This is how the podcast be going, son. We're gonna have to change the title and be like, Intelligent Idea Talkers talked about time for 4 hours. Still in the time episode, and we have to push Trump back again until next week. But real talk, let me say, the fourth dimensional break, the time.
That's a good way to start the cast. Hey, you're right. I confused myself. I was like tongue tied. Like, hey, look, I was explaining with my hands, and my fingers were twisted and knots, like a cartoon.
And then, so you got 1 minute, and then that joke jumps around to. You're like 1, 2.
Hey, Chris, help me out, man. How do you feel about daylight savings time, man? Do you like daylight savings time? Does San Antonio practice daylight savings? Texas?
Yes, for now anyway. I think the governor is trying to push a law where we don't have to worry about using daylight saving time anymore. Similar to Arizona, they haven't used it in years.
Yeah, that's what Frank said on the other podcast. Yeah, I was listening to it yesterday. He said Arizona doesn't practice it.
Yeah, the original idea was and this is going way before our time. But back in and correct me if I'm wrong with this one, but back in World War I, to conserve energy.
That's what Claudine said on the last podcast. Claudine commented that it was started in World War I.
But I think we debunked that. I forgot how we debunked that though.
No.
All I remember was white people. All I remember was rich white people.
We debunked the. I had originally thought that it was because it was used for farmers mainly, right? Mm-hmm. For them for harvesting and crops, and that was debunked. But
okay.
One thing I think is legit.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's why, so they could.
The concept of time is not new. It's just the physical time, and what a time it is, 9:34. But before you measured time by the sun, so that's why maybe when they started in World War I guess we should
it's both. Like it's both.
No. I think it's both. Maybe when they started, it's because they started clocks. People started having clocks on their walls, and they needed a way to control, instead of you looking up at the sun and saying, okay, well, it's getting the summer solstice or something. Like it's now we need to measure time through clocks and watches.
The 24-hour construction,
24-hour time. Yeah.
That's the man-made aspect of it. Time exists.
Right.
As a constantly moving, moment to moment.
But what if it?
But the construct of the concept of Roman calendar and all that stuff.
But the concept. What about the concept of time itself? That also can be man-made, right? What if there is no such thing as time? I'm being devil's advocate. I believe in time, but what about time itself? Time itself. We measure it as man-made, with man-made constructs, right? Clocks
and observable action
and controllable because if we wanted to, we don't have to fucking follow clocks and watches and shit like that. But the concept of time itself, about day and night, that's all the earth moving around the sun and spinning, right? But time as a concept, is that real? Is that a thing?
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine it wouldn't be, because things. It's
kind of hard to imagine it wouldn't be, because we've been raised since birth to believe in time as a concept. But what if it's just not a thing?
But now we're now about to cross the threshold between science and religion when it comes to the word time.
Yeah,
because we're about to go into that whole threshold.
So
why religion?
Okay, so here's my thing. And Derek, we actually studied this when we went to church, everything like that. So in Genesis, when in the Bible, God created the heaven and the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then God created man and woman. and then created all the animals, everything like that. The one thing that I never understood is like, how did, in biblical terms, the whole universe is supposed to be 5,000 years old, 5 to 6,000 years old, but you have animals that's been extinct, like the dinosaur, for example, but around 65 million years, or they died 65 million years ago. Here's where Frank is put in when it comes to like, what is time? And here's my point when it comes to religion, when it comes to time. If God created all these things, the universe, man, woman, the animals, he could have also gave them time as well, or in this case, age. Where in this case, like what was it? The Great Flood wiped out almost all life except for two of each creature.
Everyone I know.
Yeah, 2 and 7, right?
So the Great Flood basically destroyed everything. What if, and this is me thinking right now here, and I can see a light bulb on your head now too, Frank. But what if it's like all the animals that's been around that we thought been gone for 65 million years ago, they all died in the Great Flood, been extinct, been petrified, but they already came down here when they had age. They already were created with that certain age of them, or their time.
Oh, you mean so like they came into existence with age?
Yes. And so I guess what on Frank's case, when you talk about
as like
time,
an attribute,
what time exists, we may not fully I'll be honest with you, we're not going to fully understand it.
No,
we're not.
There's no way we can wrap our heads around it.
Yeah, so it get that's what I said. Like this topic here, it could get really deep, and it can open up a lot of subtopics to go with this. Because, for example, like we were born. Actually, first of all, happy birthday, Derek. So
thank you, man. Appreciate you.
But let's just say Derek wasn't born 40 years ago. He was just created at age 40. But his body is still growing. Who's to say that Derek could be actually 400 years old?
If you're old ass baby, Morgan Freeman syndrome.
Like a reincarnation.
With a Benjamin Button type shit.
Well, I'd like to. I'm sorry, go finish.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, we could be created with age, but we only know what we could grasp right now, which is time is actually something that we could grasp. If in Frank's case, let's just say forget the whole time thing, we might actually stumble to the truth of what time may be once we get rid of that whole name out of our head.
Yeah, like conceptually, like I like to kind of piggyback off that a little bit in a different way, like in a more scientific way. Like, so what if, like, just think about this, and I'm not sure if I talked to you guys about this before, but like, think about this, right? Human beings, human body. What if the second we're born, where when you're born you die, certainties, those are the certainties of life, right? The two syntaxes, right? But like, what if like it's not a matter of like old age that kills us if we live to 80, 90, whatever? What if it's actually oxygen that's killing us, but it just takes 80 or 90 years to do it?
Like, it's crazy.
Maybe an oversaturation type situation.
Maybe we're not meant. Maybe this oxygen that we're breathing is not meant to. I'm not trying to get too deep into the weeds here, but like maybe the oxygen we're breathing is not like pure for us, right? Because like we can't breathe pure oxygen, right? Like pure oxygen is like it's mixed with nitrogen in the atmosphere and stuff. Right. Yeah. But like, what if like the oxygen that we're breathing takes 80 or 90 years to kill human beings? And that's why we go through the aging process. That's why we have to conceive of something such as time in order to justify why we age and why we die.
Or maybe some other element other than oxygen. I mean, if you're saying like something we're exposed to, what if it's nitrogen or carbon? It could simply be carbon.
It could be carbon. Yeah, it could be carbon or nitrogen, because nitrogen is not. It's not like we're not supposed to be breathing that shit in, but it's in the atmosphere.
That's a lot better, Frank. Carbon. I go with the carbon because, first of all, Frank, how dare you talk about the sweet, sweet oxygen? Like, I never
hey, again, this is
right,
something. But this is something again from birth, right, through school, parents, whatever.
You never think negatively about oxygen.
No one ever does.
We need it, but I'm like, damn. What if you're right?
Well, what if it's something? What if it's something just by us being here on Earth that we're not meant to be here as human beings? We're not meant to breathe in, or we're not meant to be exposed to. That actually is the thing that kills us. Again, that's something that kind of eliminates the time aspect, right? The aging aspect, right? Like this is
just a deterioration or overload of.
Over 70, 80, 90 years.
That feeds into like the Anunnaki story, right? Like that human beings were seeded here or the earth was seeded with human life, and that it was terraformed to suit us. And it was one of those kind of
they placed us here to mine gold for the aliens.
But hey,
everybody loves gold.
You think about it, why is there such a reverence for gold, right? It's an interesting story, is all I'm saying.
It's shiny.
But
yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, man, like you never know.
I've never thought negatively about oxygen. And Chris, I agree with you though. One thing you said is science and religion, like there have been clashing forever. And to be honest, like right off the jump, when you say specifically for Christianity that the earth was created and there was one man, one woman. And then when you have scientific studies of animals of 3.4 million years ago, right there they clash. Like there's a conflict of interest right there. You know what I mean? Like that's because the timelines don't fit, So it's like, well, then you're going off of which, I guess, God do you want to support? I'm not sure about Scientology in its whole, but it sounds interesting. Why isn't science the religion of humanity?
Scientology, right? I don't think it's science.
Is as close to almost as
Scientology is just called Scientology. It's not like
it's a cult thing.
That's something else.
That's something else. Science, dude. Like, it's not.
But I know what you mean. I know what you talk about.
Because it sounds.
It's not Scientology.
I'm a Scientologist. I'm a Scientologist.
I'm a science-tologist.
Yeah, science-tologist.
You know what I'm saying? But nah, like I don't know, like nobody can ever know like anything 100%, right? So true, but like there's enough like. It's all about evidence, right? So when we talk about science, it's about what they can
So this is
reasonably argue and prove to an extent, right? So the idea that like the Earth is 5,000-6,000 years old, and yet there's like bones that date millions of years, and then we see like the passage of like we use light from stars that are like millions of billions of miles away. That's probably older than the human race that we see from stars coming from like distant places. Like we can like there's ways to like determine what is more likely to be true, right? So is it more likely that like dinosaur bones are placed as like a conundrum or whatever theory, or that maybe that these things did exist and just like millions of years ago, and this planet is just that old? And it's like Occam's razor is always just like, well, sure, this incredible explanation could be true, but maybe we should just take it for like what the data says.
Face value, yeah.
Right? Yeah, for face value to a degree, right? And like and it's kind of like, so like when it comes to like the clashing of like science and religion, like they can clash. They don't like nobody has to agree all the time, but like always comes down to like what are you gonna enact in your life, right? So like the idea of like would you change the way you go about your day, because here's an extreme example, because dinosaur bones were placed here by Satan to test your faith. You know what I'm saying? Like, would you do you want to change your day, like how you exist in the world, right?
Say that maybe has to do with the individual. Like how open are you to how open is an individual to completely shattering like the information and belief that we've been fed for our entire lives, right? Like I don't know, I'm sure y'all watch freaking Morty, right? But like there was like one episode, like maybe season 3 or season 2, but anyway, so Rick went to this planet, and it turns out that he basically created everyone on the planet, and he told the head scientist, the smartest mind, that basically he was created, and that like he's akin to like a character in a cartoon show, that he was created by someone else. You know what he did next? You know what the smartest mind, super fucking smart, genius. You know what he did next? He fucking blew his brains out, because he couldn't conceptualize. He couldn't wrap his mind around the very concept of everything that he was raised to believe in is completely wrong, and he has no fucking idea, and he's regarded maybe as the smartest mind, but he has no idea about what's out there in the universe. And I feel like, we're not going to all blow our brains out, but I feel like a lot of us are rooted in like that line of thinking, right? Like, it's just, and it comes almost full circle to what you were talking about with social media, right? Like the way and the way we're being fed information at this stupid fast rate. And it's like one of those things. It's like, oh my God, like it's so much. I can't take it all. But it's like, maybe I should just kind of like cherry pick or focus on certain things, right?
That you can grasp, or that you can handle.
That you can grasp, or that may just have to do with myself or your family, or what's
or that makes you comfortable.
Yeah, that's
people always take things that make them comfortable and cling to that.
And complacency. Yes. That's very fucking dangerous. But again, those people will never change their line of thinking. Like if one day like something happened out of a movie where aliens literally like came down and said like, we
landed on the front lawn of the White House.
Yeah, like we will like we are from another place, and we will give you peace, but we need to make y'all understand some things. And then somehow, some way they beam like the real meaning of the universe, the real meaning of life into like everyone's minds, and it's like that will change everything and everyone. And it's like it's again going into the weeds a bit, but still it's like a lot of people are rooted in the way they think. But based on how fast they receive information, and what they choose to do with that information, it forms their kind of like their pattern of thinking, their pattern of conceptualizing and rationalizing. But
let me take a step back though. So
sure.
Well, I did say like like would a person want to move through the day? How would that, how would they want to change like how they what information changes how they move through the world? But and I agree that like it's literally going to be up to that individual, right? But then when we talk about like what institutions, right, start to apply, right, and we start talking about like governments, we start talking about like how a government should approach certain beliefs, right? And then when we live in a democracy, right? Big air quotes, right? But like we're working on it, the experiment. And so we have this idea that like freedom, big air quotes, is important. and like that we have to like. So, we essentially, our government operates in a way that we can separate church and state, right? The government is not to establish a religion. And if they did establish a religion and they use this religion in which to dictate laws and stuff, right? I just think it would be more useful for the government to take like a hands-off approach to certain things like that. And also that like for the individual that if they're looking for meaning, right? There's meaning to be found in religion, of course, but like as far as like just moving through the world, like outside of that, not like the details of whether or not like, the earth is 5,000 or 15 billion years old isn't really going to matter too much.
I tend to lean more towards the 15 billion side of things. But so Scientology, right? Because I got caught on the word. So I Wikipedia'd Scientology. The Church of Scientology maintains a wide variety of beliefs and practices. The core belief holds that humans are an immortal spiritual being that is resident in a physical body.
Sounds like science to me.
They have lived innumerable past lives, some of which preceding their arrival on Earth, where were lived in extraterrestrial cultures. So they kind of, I don't know, how is that any different from any other religion that's taken root in people? Christianity, how is that any more fantastical than?
No, like that's what I'm saying. Like, no, yes, that is definitely some religious shit, right? That is definitely religious. That is not scientific shit.
It's not scientific,
right? But it's definitely religious shit. 100%.
The name is it throws you off.
Yeah. The name is super like.
You're talking about like immediately the first thing you said.
But I like the story.
Is about past lives, immortality, past lives. I'm like, that. Woof.
Hey, it's the Scientologists and the goddamn Mormons, man. Like you don't talk about like you can do what you want, right? Like welcome to America. You can have your own religion, like the Mormons and the goddamn Scientologists, Jehovah's Witnesses. Like they came into the zone. They was like, look, guys, we have a story to tell y'all, and I promise you it's true. And if you do that, right, you're gonna have a certain number of people gonna go with you. You just gotta have the balls to do it.
I was thinking about joining just off the name. Scientology was, sure.
That's how they AD. That's how they get you. That's that hook. You like, I like science.
That is
gotcha,
your prerogative. That is your prerogative. I'm just reminded of that South Park episode with the book the Book of Mormon. Oh my God! Like it was just there.
Hey, and Frank,
dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum.
You touched on Rick and Morty, and it's been 30 minutes, and we haven't even brought up my man Akira Toriyama yet. But is Rick and Morty a smart show? Should I watch Rick and Morty?
Absolutely.
It has a cult following, but is it a
cult following?
Show?
No, dude, it's more than a cult following, dude. Like,
because people love it. You look at it, it looks silly.
It's an incredibly no.
It looks like a janky cartoon.
It's not Simpsons. It's not Simpsons.
Maybe season one, when they were trying to find their footing, it was a little more like hijinksy, but like pretty much from like the end of season 1 on, and there's 7 seasons now. Like,
people love it.
Rick and Morty is one of the most intelligently written shows out there right now.
All right, I'm at it.
By far. I'm talking like next level. I'm talking like way over your head, way over all of our heads. Like real.
Like you really about to have an existential crisis, man.
Like really smart. Like really smart stuff. So yeah, absolutely, you should watch it. 100%.
That's 2 shows, Euphoria and Rick and Morty. I'm late to the Rick and Morty.
Both on HBO.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I keep seeing Rick.
I don't think I haven't watched past season 3, so I need to. I haven't seen like better. The last like.
It gets
really.
Better. Yeah, it gets better.
Because I remember, it was that point where they were like season 3, and then they had like stopped for a while, right?
Yeah, they went on a hiatus,
and that's when I just never picked it up after that.
Because they had ordered like 3. They ordered 4 seasons. Right off the bat, right after season 3 went on its hiatus, they ordered 4 through 7. They were like, we want you to do Rick and Morty 4 through 7, and then we're at 7 now, and I'm pretty sure it's going to like 8, 9, and 10 now. But yeah, 100% D. Watch it. It's a fucking very intelligent show.
I'm gonna check it out.
All right.
Euphoria 2. Should I start Rick and Morty or Euphoria? Which?
Oh, dude, I don't. I'll say
there's only 2 seasons.
I'll leave you with this. With Euphoria, you have to be ready. You have to be in a certain place to watch Euphoria. Kind of like a bit of a depressed, dark place to watch Euphoria. I'm serious.
Yeah, I gotta curl up in a dark room with a blanket.
You have to be ready to watch Euphoria because it's some shit. Like it's depressing as fuck. But in a good way.
Chris brought up.
If ain't no dragons, ain't no goddamn like laser guns or nothing, I can't.
No, it's supposed to be indicative of real life. Mm-hmm. Real life. Real kids doing bullshit.
Sometimes those shows are the most dramatic, and they're just like what was a Breaking Bad? That show was like transformative, and it didn't have like all the explosions and the lasers. So like there's value in high drama as well. You know,
I can do movies like that, but shows are too long.
I
have a hard time with shows that are like really like realistic.
Every time I watch Euphoria, I come out of every episode exhausted. I'm just like, I can't.
You watch it?
Just like, let's do another one.
You watch it with your wife?
Yeah. Izzy's watched it, but she can't. She couldn't watch too much of it. It's too much. It's a lot for her. Yeah.
Intense.
Yeah, it's very intense. So especially if you're like sensitive about like some of the issues, which are like all the bad things you can think of. If you're sensitive about that, then yeah, it's going to be rough to watch. So.
All right. I still want to check it out.
All right. So we should probably now that we're done with the discussion of time and, the relative.
Sorry, guys.
It
has
time,
nothing to do with what we're going to talk about today.
I'll be changing the title.
I'm going to go watch Interstellar after this to try to understand.
You know what I'm saying? Murph's Law.
Time is a concept. Right. That's why time travel's so fucked up. That's why there are no rules. Okay, that's the last.
That's why when they bring time into Star Wars,
they fuck up time travel, man. Every time.
Mm-hmm.
So
on the flip side, time travel was great in Marvel. It worked out in our benefit. Fairly simple. Go back, steal the stones, bring them to the present. It worked out.
It worked out.
But that was within already established rules. So the events that they were able to take the gems from, it already happened. Mm-hmm. So that's why they were able to jump through points in time. It's not like they went. I mean, I know Iron Man and Cap went back to like 1970, but like again, those events we had already seen those events happen. I should say. Yeah. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! I started thinking. Okay, stop. We can't.
Yeah, no. Let's move on.
Because like, what if? Because we established there's a multi. All right, never mind. You know what? Let's move on.
Hey, remember we talked about the 2 caps, right? We talked about the 2 caps. 2 caps at the same time, doing stuff. I'm just gonna. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Let's move on.
Moving on. All right. Unfortunately, terrible news has befallen the entire anime community, like pop culture community. Exactly, man. Like, Akira Toriyama passed away on March 1st. They said he
from a subdural.
He passed from a acute subdural hematoma, which I think is a brain injury, right?
Blood clot.
Blood clot, okay. And it's bad news for everybody, man. It just kind of took everybody by surprise. Not that I was like, following social media or nothing, but the guy, we all are familiar with his work. So I know everybody has like a little something to say. I just want to say that like as an artist, he was one of like my defining like most inspirational artists in like my categories. It's like like everybody has a few artists that like they like aspire or that they like train themselves on, and like Dragon Ball art and Chrono Trigger, that booklet for that video game back in the day was like my like textbook like holy grail for like drawing. So, you know, I just want to say that rest in peace, Akira Toriyama.
I definitely I definitely can't draw myself, and I'm not as well versed in the mangas for Dragon Ball. I mean, Akira Toriyama had other works. I wish I could had a list of all the other mangas or animes he's involved in, but I think for a lot of American audiences, we were put onto Akira from the Dragon Ball Z series, which came to us really as Dragon Ball Z. I don't remember Dragon Ball before I saw Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball debuted in 1984. That's crazy that that cartoon and manga, or I don't think the anime series came before the manga, obviously, right? So the manga debuted in 84. It's as old as we are, bro. It's 40 years old.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to have that kind of impact.
Crazy.
I mean, I still remember where I was when I saw Goku transform into level 1 versus Frieza. You know what I mean? Like
that was one of the best, if not the best moment in the whole series.
I still
man, like that was a pivotal moment in anime history.
Yeah.
In the culture. Like, I mean, how many times have we heard Dragon Ball Z referenced in hip hop and in just, you know, other media? And like I said, man, like even
day-to-day life, like just talking to people.
If you've never even watched 1 second or read one page of the manga or the series or played the games, or you know the name Dragon Ball Z, you know, and Scott was world famous for that. It definitely had an impact on my childhood, man. We used to come home every day. We were in middle school when it came on Toonami.
Yep.
Remember Toonami, C? You remember watching Toonami, you know?
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, man.
I think it was from 4 to 6. I don't even remember what else came on. I know Dragon Ball Z came on at 5. Came on at 5 p.m. Was it 4:30? That might have been 4:30.
Look, I got a story to tell you about that. One of my fondest moments of watching Dragon Ball Z was not in middle school or high school, but it was my freshman year at NSU. And Juice, you know this because you were there too. So when we were like this freshman, we were at NSU in the men's dorm, the tower. But right before we hit the elevator or the stairs, we had the little lounge area. And Juice, you know this firsthand. What happened during that time around 4:30 or 5 o'clock?
Everybody was gathering there.
Watching what?
Dragon Ball Z, man.
Yeah, so we said
that Joe. Hey, you were right. I did forget about that, Joe. But yeah, man, that castle just like everybody would be in the dorm lobby, just watching this shit on fucking TV. It is crazy, man. Like that's how it was, man. Dragon Ball Z literally, like, was like anime wasn't always for black folks. But man,
it blended.
It sure was for black folks.
Dragon Ball Z was for black folks, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do. I remember. So we were watching it every day after school. I remember me and Chris Hare in middle school. It had to be like 7th grade, man, trying to power up. Like literally, like you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get the aura to come around me. And, I mean, it was
real talk. Hey, I think everybody did that, man. Like
one of the first, like, you know, besides your typical Batman, Superman, though you were exposed to those heroes, but like what anime and manga could be, like what powers you could have, what you could do. You know what I mean? Like the movies, the Saiyans, like. It was my first kind of exposure to all of that, you know, to just, I guess, pop culture in general. What was our cult following before Dragon Ball Z? Maybe, man, I guess maybe you could say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? Did that have the cultural impact that the Dragon Ball Z had?
At the time?
I guess it did.
They came out the same year. Well, Dragon Ball and Ninja Turtles came out the same year.
Prior to Toonami, I was not exposed to Dragon Ball Z at all. So that had, for me, I didn't start watching maybe till 94. That series had to be a good 10 years old.
I had some particularly nerdy friends, like so I had seen some of the movies and stuff before, like you know, some of the old stuff when it was subtitled still. But
Oh yeah, the subtitles. Those are the best.
You have to watch them subtitled. Subtitles are part of the anime experience to me.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
thank
is.
you. I think I'm glad we all agree that we're not fucking dumb. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Because
No, it's true though. Like, look, I do it. Like, let me say, I do enjoy my dubs from time to time.
There are some really good dubs, and you know what? Dragon Ball is one of the best out there.
It's one of the good. Yeah, it is
the best out there.
I agree.
But like to be a true anime like fan aficionado, if I can say, like you have to be able to read and watch at the same time, man.
And I think it has to do with like the way we emote in Western culture, I guess, versus Japanese or Chinese culture, right? Like the way we emote our feelings are not quite the same. So there's a different almost tone or reason or like there's a different way they're trying to convey their feelings from English dub to sub. Like, and if you want the true experience, to me, coming from the horse's mouth, you have to go subbed because it just gives you the true meaning of what they were trying to convey.
Like we all remember how like when this thing was turning Super Saiyan, and half the time he was like,
yeah.
like you didn't get that. You didn't like the dub was different. He was like, you know what I'm saying? But it was completely different. It was a different feel.
It was.
But it was like, you're absolutely right, D man. Like that, the way like American like English like the way we emote is very different, man, and you just can't really be conveyed, right? Have to like replace it.
That Dragon Ball Z, man. It's crazy, man. My son is drawing Dragon Ball Z characters when he was younger. Like that's all. I mean, his generation, like
generational.
He was born in 2012. A good almost 20 years after I started watching Dragon Ball Z. 30 years after the series itself. And like he knows what it is, man. So the impact Akira Toriyama had on just generations of kids around the world, it's like, I mean, I saw all the movies, even as recently as the movies that came out. I didn't like Heroes as much as I liked,
Superhero.
Yeah, I didn't like Superheroes as much as what was the one with Broly that just came out?
Broly.
Broly. Okay, yeah.
Broly.
Yeah.
That was actually really
I love that movie. I love that movie, man. It gave me the feeling I had watching Goku go Super Saiyan for the first time. Remember when Majin Vegeta came back and you're seeing this shit on the screen and you're like, oh my God, like, what's going to happen? You know what I mean? I wish I could have experienced it through the manga, but I appreciate the characters and the story and the Akira's impact that he had on that show, man. I'm so happy he could bring that to us, man, because it's still relevant today.
Yeah. Like his character designs, man. Like, so the other stuff he's done, man. Dragon Quest was like one of the big ones.
Was Popo in the manga?
We have a whole thing about that I actually want to bring up. I saw today.
Popo.
Whose idea was Popo?
In the manga. He was absolutely in the manga, yeah. Who do you think?
I'm gonna knock a few points off of that, Akira. But other than that, good job.
Hey, I gotta show y'all something, man. Hold on, man. I gotta show you. Sorry, keep talking. I gotta pull the joint together. I meant to do this earlier.
Yeah, man. Just all the moments in Dragon Ball, man. Think about it, like when they fought Janemba, like all the movies.
Oh, Janemba was a good fight, man. The teleporting jump.
Awesome, man.
It's crazy. And the fusion, the whole fusion thing was like super unique, man. Like I don't think anybody before or since has really done fusions like as a concept. Not very rare.
Yeah, not like this.
Yeah,
like especially with like the different methods and like the time limits and the power spikes. Like,
and if you mess up,
all the fusions.
But also you got to think of that as well.
Exactly. You mess up.
Yeah, you also got to think of this as well, like just the impact of what this man did for just the culture, and even the fan made animation that you see on YouTube and stuff like that. Prime example, Dragon Ball Deliverance. They have 4 episodes out of maybe 2-3 years. But yeah, it's some of the best writing and animation that I've seen in a minute from a fan made. And then you got another one, another channel, Team 4-Star. They actually just redubbed everything in their own saying, in their own words and stuff like that for the whole Dragon Ball series.
Hilarious.
Which is actually, yes, it's hilarious. But the way they did
hilarious.
it, though, voice actors, they almost sound
really
like
good.
Actual actors that was on the show.
The English dub, yeah.
Really?
It's really
Actually, I haven't seen that. I didn't check that out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you.
What? Dragon Ball Z
that.
Abridged right now. Right now, watch. I will literally sit and watch all of it with you. Like, yo, Dragon Ball Z Abridged is awesome. It's a shame.
It's on YouTube, you said?
Because they were like, all of it's on. Well,
you type in Team 4-Star, then
it was on. Yeah. So
it's still
it's
there
on YouTube, but I know they got a cease and desist from Bandai Namco because
I would imagine so. Dragon Ball Z is a valuable property. You can't just take my, this is you can't just have free license.
See, that's the shit though.
Now I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm looking at it right now. On a let's see. It's literally.
So I guess they can leave it up there as long as they don't do ad revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Put ads on there.
Hey, and you know what? Real talk, that's fair. I mean, like that's fair.
It's still.
They started putting ad revenue and they were making money off of it. So Bandai's like, no.
Right.
Yeah.
Like no.
I don't blame them.
But here, hey y'all, check this out. I feel like I'm being gaslit. This is some shit that came up on Twitter. Apparently, it's been going around. Like, and it's like super recent. Here.
Bruh.
For those who are discussing Mr. Popo in the wake of Akira Toriyama's passing, he was not based off a black man. Mr. Popo is based off the Makala, which is a Hindu deity over time and creation, which makes sense. Hence the hyperbolic time chamber.
Okay, I guess I can appreciate that, but I would like to hear that from the horse's mouth. I wonder if there's an interview out there with Akira that explains.
It might be. I mean, just the same way how they created
looks Goku. Very Jim Crowish. You know what I mean? Like
it does.
It just gives you those vibes of the big lips and the black guy, and all you can see is his lips and his eyes and his teeth, and just a little insensitive.
It's just like I just see blackface, right?
It is
on Mr. Popo.
It is,
and then like the skin is literally black, right? Like
but
we don't have black skin. We're just classified as such.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But also, and then like to me, I would give them a bit of like leeway, like maybe. I guess if you want to make an argument, fine. My gut says, he was fuck out of here, but
so he could be based off, he could be based off of this deity, but like they ran with it and they had the hyperbolic time chamber, sure, but after that, like what else is there from the deity? I think nothing.
Then you got this nigga.
Okay, yeah,
and this right here, this dude right here
from the fucking Red Ribbon Army.
Hey, that guy at the tie got a bean on him, dog. Yeah, he got a bean, dog. Look at his head, bro.
Okay, we can't explain that one now.
Yeah, you can't explain. Now they did the redesign for him, right? They recreated him, but yeah, this is him.
Yeah, okay, we can't explain that one.
Now I don't think he's a god of time and space, so he's standing there with the Glock. You know what I'm saying?
And to be fair, I guess Master Roshi was a womanizer and a pervert. So.
Hey,
it's not only blacks; they could have done it too.
That's like anime trope 101, right?
Yeah,
like
be a pervert and all that. Yeah,
like that like a part despite the oldest person there being the strongest person there, the oldest person there is also a super pervert.
Yeah, like I remember Ranma back in the day. Taposai?
It's like a Japanese culture thing.
Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many like creepy old guys in anime.
It's
At the same time, it's weird, man. Like it is culture though. So like to an extent you gotta give it a pass, right? But like it is weird, man. Like we talk about like how like I know there's like a lot of discussions going on about like how young Chi Chi was and like all the stuff they showed on Chi Chi being a little girl at that time. Like it is problematic. Huh? Yeah, Dragon Ball.
Bulma and Dragon Ball. And then what about the Namekians?
That's what I meant, not Chi Chi.
Right? The Namekians are the Namekians. You know, Piccolo, Nail, King Kai,
the black guys.
They're all the fucking black people, right? They
are the black people. They are black. Like that, and that's why we don't claim Mr. Popo because we have our black guys.
They live in the hood.
In the crew of the Z Warriors, you all know who the black people were. Like in the crew of the Z Warriors, Piccolo was the nigga.
Yeah, in that case, when you guys are watch, you are seeing it, Frank. But when you guys watch Dragon Ball: The Bridge on Team 4-Star, you're going to get a laugh out of that one because he says a lot of things.
Oh my god!
Like, okay, we know what this
that's three
I'm gonna check that out for sure. Hold on,
watch 3 shows.
Yeah,
man, that's crazy. Also, but I guess Dragon Ball Z aired in 1996, September 13, 1996, in America. So when did they first make the cartoon, right? Or even the manga? Because you got to remember the times it was in 1980s.
I'm going to
sensibilities weren't as high as they are now, in 2024. Like we were talking pre-cast, me and Juice, like, do you think if they released Dragon Ball Z the way it is now, today in 2024, would it have the same cultural impact around the world as it had when it hit airwaves in 96, at least for me, I guess for most of America.
Absolutely. And I'll give you an example.
I don't think it would. See, because of it goes back to social media, right? We have different avenues we have YouTube and
I'll give you an example of one show that right now that the younger kids now are actually watching. Well, maybe not the new one, but the older one, Naruto.
True.
Everybody.
How old is Naruto?
Well, the original.
I would argue Naruto is around the same time as Dragon Ball Z, at least in America. Maybe Naruto came a little later.
They came out
maybe
no, like way later.
They came out later. So, the manga and the show stretch about, let's say, 10 years. It stretched about 10 years. So a lot of people was watching it, and they still consider that very popular as well. Actually, there's a few people in the discussion board when they went to some of these Comic-Con, especially when it came to Dragon Ball Z. Actually, the creator of Naruto actually gave his respect to Akira Toriyama because he used his whole idea to make Naruto.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Imagine the impact that like Dragon Ball Z itself had on other animes and other works of art or animation around the world.
Yu Yu Hakusho.
So Naruto aired in the United States in September 10th, 2005. So fairly 9 years after Dragon Ball Z. It's not too much longer, but it is long enough to be, I guess, kind of a different generation. But I would argue that a lot of kids, if you like anime, you like anime. And even the kids today, my son drew a picture of Vegeta. Gosh, man, I don't know, when he was 6, 7, so a few years ago. And he was aware of Naruto as well. So like, are we talking about American impact? Because that's all the reference I have. I don't know how it impacted, people around the world, but I know in as far as our generation, I was definitely impacted, man. AC, I don't know if you were here. Did you ever try to power up? Did you power up in the mirror at home? Did you ever secretly try to power up in the bathroom by yourself?
Hey,
I'm gonna pause you on
there's
that
a
one.
video.
Ain't no-
There's a video of a
in the
guy.
bathroom.
There's a video of a guy that was on like, oh man, I think it was like a Vine, like it was like a long time ago. It was like back in the day of like a kid who was like set up this camera. It was like, it was a black kid.
He was real skinny.
I'm going
really
to go
skinny,
Super
right?
Saiyan. Yeah, Super skinny.
Yeah.
He's I'm gonna go Super Saiyan, and I'm not gonna stop until I do
Until it happens.
and this thing started. Like going hard, man. Like going hard, like veins popping out.
Yeah.
Like dude was so serious, man.
Yeah,
I hope he's okay.
Blew a gasket in that joint or something.
But he was like, I'm gonna do it, and I'm not gonna stop until I go Super Saiyan.
Man, so I got a question for you guys, man. What color would you want your aura to be? I guess it's similar to a lightsaber, right? Like I guess there aren't as many colors for auras. I'm not as well versed on the newer Dragon Ball. See, now we're going into Dragon Ball,
Aura,
you know. And
I don't know
Super
anything
Saiyan
about
God,
any of the new
Super
stuff.
Saiyan Rose, and all
After
that.
GT,
auras aren't like really different colors. Like Gohan has like a clear aura because he chooses not to go Super Saiyan. He chooses to go like stay in like deep. He chooses to stay mystic, depowered. Yeah, mystic. Right. So his aura is clear or gray. But then when he goes beast, right, like the hair color is the same as his aura. So
and it gets kind of black.
You look at the Saiyans, their hair color dictates their aura. So, you know, Super Saiyan, yellow hair, yellow aura. Super Saiyan God, red hair, red aura. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, blue hair, blue aura. So it's
Goku also had the red aura when he went Kaioken. So
well, that's Kaioken. That's an attack. That's different.
What did Boo have? Did he have a pinkish kind of aura?
Which Boo?
Kid Boo. That's the true Boo.
Kid Boo. I don't think it was pink. I think it was clear also.
Okay, yeah, I think it was.
I remember.
It was clear.
Yeah.
I was always partial to the golden aura just because the Super Saiyan. I mean, who didn't want to go Super Saiyan, bro? That's when my head was still stuck in the clouds, you know, like I wanted to go Super Saiyan. That was one of the things I wanted the most.
That was it. That's all.
Do I want to be a shinobi or do I want to go Super Saiyan?
And Goku, when he went Ultra Instinct for the first time, which was fucking hype as fuck.
Yeah.
When he went Ultra Instinct for the first time, that was a clear aura because his hair is gray.
Mm-hmm.
Now Vegeta, it doesn't do Ultra Instinct. Now he's Ultra Ego.
And this is like purple, right?
Purple, right?
Well, supposed to be purple.
That's where I'm lost.
Yeah, but we didn't get. We never got that season of Super. Blue aura is Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
So blue hair. So Gogeta blue, like the fusions too. Gogeta blue, Vegeta blue, Goku blue, Vegeta blue, blue auras. So and then Broly, right? Broly in Super is green aura because his hair is not yellow, it's green-ish.
I always thought Broly had a cool design, man. Like
Broly is still one of the dopest designs. Like the old Broly movie was dope.
I was just gonna say that the older Broly designs, yeah. Like that dude was a monster.
Broly is
like,
dope.
He was legit scary, you know. In the first Broly movie.
Yeah, and Super Broly, he got the shit kicked out of him though. like Gogeta Blue did not give him a chance, dude. Like he didn't land my man didn't land a single hit. Like my man only landed like one hit on Gogeta Blue. And then after that, it was just a fucking
he straight destroyed Broly, man. But I like it though. I like that it showed that Broly still had a lot to learn. You know, like you're not as.
And there was a twist. There was a twist where they actually made him a good guy. You know, it was like. Yeah. But they were doing some outlandish shit. Like they hit each other so hard they went into a different dimension, and I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I'm here for all of this. Let's do it.
Right.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
That's why I was so disappointed with superheroes, is because like they showed Goku and Vegeta and Broly training, and you're like licking your chops, like, okay, here we go. You know, and so what color was Piccolo's aura when he went? What did he go? Gold, brown? What did he go? Mustard?
Orange.
Was it clear?
It was a clear aura, though. It was a clear aura. It was he went orange Piccolo.
But don't show me Goku, Vegeta, and Broly training as the last 3 existing Saiyans and not do anything with it. Okay, that needs to be a movie.
The movie wasn't about them.
Look, don't show me that. Okay,
I haven't seen it, but I'm already with D. Like,
no,
that's interesting. Don't hurt me. You don't have to hurt me for no reason.
No, y'all don't understand.
You're gonna be like, yes.
No, y'all don't understand. I needed Gohan to finally get his fucking shine. He was gonna be the greatest. He was gonna be the greatest.
I'll give him that. And he looked badass, but I wanted him to go a little harder at the end. I wanted him to like.
He only did one thing after he turned into his new form, which was fucking dope. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing, but it was only one thing that he did. And I'm not going to spoil it for you because you say you haven't seen it. But like,
I'm never going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it.
Dude,
so can we spoil it for you?
No, watch it. No, don't spoil it for my brain.
No. Like, so here. Let me just say, and nothing against our Lord and Savior Akira Toriyama here, but like, let me just say that like, after a while, I had enough. Like after GT, which they retcon, and I did watch a little bit of the new Kai, and I was just like, I couldn't bring myself to care anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when I started hearing about blue hair and purple hair and pink hair, and I was just like, thank you. It was a good run.
Like I said, I haven't watched those either, but you can watch the highlights. You can kind of see.
Yeah.
Really like have as much time to sit down and watch.
Look, I'll say this. If you're gonna watch all the Super, I get it. But the Goku Black saga,
with
Power saga,
Goku Black was
that did sound interesting.
The Goku Black saga is so good.
Yeah,
the best villain that they've had in a while.
Some of the best.
That did sound interesting
for that
show.
So that was like a body swap, right?
Yeah,
it's a little more complex than that, but it's so cool. It's so well done.
Yeah.
It's not.
I know the highlights. I haven't seen the series.
It's not even that. It's not even that simple as like a completely different Goku. It's like it involves time travel, right? Like it involves two different beings from different points in time. From different points in time, like joining together just to defeat Goku because he was embarrassed by Goku a while back. So like two versions of him come together to steal Goku's body, and they take his body and then form Goku Black, and that the pink hair with Goku Black is a different kind of Saiyan transformation, which is fucking cool.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I do remember seeing parts of that, so I might go.
You got to, because
I might go look into that one.
The storyline for it is on point.
But then they went back to the tournaments.
No,
it's a shonen. What do you expect?
And the tournament of power.
The tournament of power is also amazing.
Yeah,
though
that is something interesting.
It's so good.
Hasn't been done before in the Dragon Ball saga when it comes to tournaments. This one's actually was pretty good.
It's like the
all right, y'all helping me up.
Tournament of tournaments. It's like the tournament of tournaments, dude. And back to time. Like back to time.
It's outside of time or something.
No, like it's like, so the tournament of power, I think as a whole it lasts maybe 30 minutes.
40 minutes, yeah.
45 minutes. It lasts 45 minutes. But these characters are moving and interacting so fast that it takes episodes, days, months to finish. And it's like, this is cool. I love all of this. How is it that my man Goku is he's a fucking nut. He's like, I want to fight someone strong. So he puts a hit out on himself with this character named Hit. This character named Hit is an assassin who never misses. He always gets his mark. He always kills. Goku puts a bounty on himself, saying like, I want you as the best assassin in the universe to kill me. And that all gets resolved before the tournament of power, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just like, this is fucking crazy. It's so good. It's so good.
We can all admit that Goku is like insane.
And then Jiren.
We all understand.
Y'all are missing out on Jiren.
is a madman.
The problem is, Juice, is that like all these sagas, they sound really cool. And like I said, I know Jiren, I know Goku Black, I know the bullet points. There's like 145 episodes between all this. It's a lot of episodes.
Like, hey, in
like,
10 years, they'll release a compressed like version.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get the fights. I do want to see the fights. I would watch the fights, but like
you can definitely watch the fights.
The fights are kind of meaningless almost without the drama of them. You know.
Yeah, true.
Now the Tournament of Power the Tournament of Power that's different because normally like people say, okay, well if you die you get wished back with the Dragon Balls. This one was kind of different. This one is definitely different.
Mm-hmm.
But like I hit the same wall with Boruto, right? Like my nephew Taiji, he loves Boruto. He's like, yo, Boruto's great. And I've seen some fights and some clips, and like seeing a grown Naruto with like going ham fighting others, it looks dope. And yet I'm just like, I can't. I tried. I just ain't got it. I ain't got it in me no more. I ain't got it in me right now.
Don't watch the show. Read the manga. Because basically,
well, that's where I'm at now with like picking up new animes though. Like right now, I'm all in on Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, like new, like different stuff, right? And those aren't really.
I was just about to bring up Jujutsu Kaisen, man. That's why I'm so excited for it, and I need to watch season 2. Is because
season 2 is
reinvigorated. It reinvigorated my interest, kind of in anime. I'm not as heavy into it as I was. Obviously.
I haven't watched a single episode of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Man, that is so dope. Like it's
good. Let me take you back to one anime that actually just came back. They finally had animators to actually create the final saga of Bleach, the thousand year war.
That's what I'm trying to wrap up right now because I am still interested.
Yeah, they're going to stretch it out, but they already finished 20 episodes. Already going to finish the season 1 of that final arc. But yeah, they did this one, and they basically like whatever goes. I mean, usually before you didn't see that much blood or gore from the other sagas when they first came out, but this one here, they don't care. They just like, this is the last one. We're going to do it all out, and so far they have.
You know,
cool.
I was so disappointed by Bleach, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
I was gonna say I was so disappointed by Bleach. They should have ended it after the Aizen arc. Like Bleach, they wrote themselves into a corner so hard, and then they couldn't get out. And Bleach ended on a whimper. And Bleach could have been the greatest, like the greatest out there. It could have surpassed Dragon Ball as far as like being the best out there. The writing was so fucking good. And then Aizen should have been it. It should have been the ultimate villain right there. But then
the way they ended with Aizen was good. It was
perfect. It was they should have stopped right there, but they decided to keep going, and they didn't know how to. They wrote themselves into a corner completely.
Yeah. I'll add on to that one.
I'll admit it was. I'm still working through that last arc, but like it was definitely.
I would say don't bother.
I'm going through it. Like I'm at the end. Like it's not what the other stuff. It's not the goddamn what was it? Hecto Mundo. It wasn't all that shit, right? It wasn't all that, but at the same time, for its own like angle and still seeing like them developing. And maybe it's because it's been a while since I've watched it, right? Because I missed Bleach, right? That was one of my favorites back in the day. So like watching it now, I'm like, yeah, it's still good. Like it's not what it was, right? And I could definitely see them writing themselves in a corner. But I'm still enjoying it. Like I just saw the last part with the Genjo, so it was interesting.
I will agree with Frank on that when it comes to that show. Like after the Aizen one, that next saga dropped because they didn't know what to do. Like writing wanted to get their story back, but when the 1,000-year Blood War came out in the manga first, they started to pick it up. But then the original writer, the creator of the show, he got real sick bad, and they were forced to speed up the process without him. Almost like what they did with Zack Snyder with the Justice League. They let some others go on there, and they just wrapped it up real fast. When he really said, I wanted to finish the story off with a bang, as better than what I was
Hunter x
doing.
Hunter
And in the
too.
beginning, it was on a good start.
Hunter x Hunter was the same thing.
And then it just stopped because the creator got sick and it just moved on without him.
I need them to like really invest in the health of like our like lore people, man. Like guys, like we got to keep them healthy, man.
I mean,
because whenever you get these rubes in there to replace them, like y'all gonna give us some shit.
I mean, I haven't watched Bleach, but that's just an unfortuitous situation. You know, there's nothing you can really do about someone getting sick, and that sucks too. Because like the company, you understand, because you don't want to lose your investment on what you've already done, and for the other people that are around, the crew, the animators, everybody who's there, like you want to finish it for them. But it sucks.
Like Hunter x Hunter, didn't they just stop? Like they're just like
like,
they just like okay, well.
So they had the Chimera Ant arc, right? That was supposed to be like that. Like there was way more that they wanted to do. So after the Chimera Ant arc, it was the election arc, right? Because the election arc was kind of like almost like a palate cleanser. Because the Chimera Ant arc was something like 75 episodes. Yeah, and
that shit was crazy.
It ended on such a crazy, right?
Oh my god!
It ended on such a high. Right, but like the election arc was kind of a palate cleanser, but then at the end of that arc, they rushed things, right? Like they had Gon meet his father. The resolution between Killua and Gon was unresolved for the most part. They did nothing with Hisoka, right? Like it's like they
like what's his name? The Red Eyes guy.
Red Eyes guy.
He's just out and about.
Kurapika? Is that him?
Yeah, Kurapika. Yeah.
They where is he? You know? But it's like they resolved the anime because they expected the manga to continue, but then the creator got sick and he stopped like it almost seemed indefinitely. Then he picked up a little bit, maybe a few years ago, and then he stopped again. And then he picked up a little bit, and then he stopped. And then I think he's still at a hiatus right now. Supposedly they were saying like, oh, he's going to pick up back up again sometime soon. So we'll see.
Did the same thing also happen with Berserk, right? Did he get sick or?
Oh,
Berserk never finished, did it?
No, the original.
The manga.
No, the manga never finished. No.
Yeah, the manga never finished.
The anime, the original anime had like just 13 episodes.
But that was by no means. They just
it sucks
the way that ended. That was no ending. That was horrifying.
That was not.
That shit definitely propelled it into the pop culture, though. Like, that shit. That man, the way that shit went down. That
anyway, Berserk still stays with you.
That is. Y'all seen Berserk?
No, I haven't seen it. No.
What?
No, I haven't seen it. I gotta.
I'm conflicted whether or not to tell you to watch it or not.
No,
it is really good.
It is, but it's extremely horrifying.
Berserk.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't
do it. Let them watch it of their own volition. But Berserk is a classic. Oh my god,
it's a classic.
I was gonna say, it sucks whenever a creative mind behind a show or a series or even an actor, it doesn't have to be behind the camera, an actor or just that thing that initially attracted you to the show. Anyone involved in the creative process of any media we consume, gets sick or passes away because it just changes the tone of the whole.
It happens a lot. I'm not talking about the dying, but like the getting sick. It happens a lot. Like the culture, the work culture out there is very, very intense. And I remember it was something that we were going to talk about at some point, but
I would argue though. No, my bad, Frank. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say like we were going to talk about it at some point before, but like the work culture out there is insane, and it's like they work themselves to death almost.
Like literally,
like almost literally. Like we're talking like working like 40 hours straight. With no break, no break, no bathroom, no food, no nothing.
I feel like in America we do have like a lot of duties, like in the comics. A lot of those jobs are segmented out.
Yeah.
But like in Japan, when they're writing a manga,
one guy.
It's one guy drawing, writing,
and inking,
like dialogue, framing, like doing everything. All of this is one dude in his little room.
Yep.
Like for
30
months 30,
40 hours at a time.
I wonder if it's still the same way in modern days, right? Like there's a new anime on HBO Max, man. What's the name of this thing, man? Because that's how I got into Jujutsu Kaisen. They had it on HBO Max or HBO, and it was on there, and I just started watching it. But I wonder if that's still the same way, right? It would be kind of weird for a company to invest in a manga or anime series and put all that pressure on one person because of the fact he could get sick or he could be out for an extended period of time. You know, you don't want the whole project to halt because of one person.
But that it's part of the culture out there.
Yeah,
right. It's not just with anime or manga developers, writers, artists, what have you. It's general work culture. You work yourself until you can't anymore, and then you keep working. Until once you reach your limit. They don't take breaks, they don't rest, they work super fucking hard, and that's accepted over there, right? It's like, here we have, here a lot of the corporate or office work culture is similar, but that's an extreme. But in Asia and Japan, that's an extreme version of the work culture here, where you have come in early, stay late. Instead of doing a 9 to 5, you're doing like a 7 to 10. But over there, they're doing like coming in today and leaving tomorrow, kind of thing, or coming in today and leaving 2 days later, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's just to go home, sleep for an hour, take a quick shower, eat something, and go right back to work. So it's crazy over there, man. Like it happens a lot because that's the culture.
It's bringing it back, and they wonder why their birth rates are low. Everybody fucking stressed.
Birth rates are low. People are collapsing, passing out. Like people are so many fucking health conditions over there because of that culture.
Like Akira Toriyama, 68
years old.
And I know for a fact he worked himself probably to death. Like, I don't want to presume. I don't know.
At this point,
hematoma, it's a thing, but it's very likely he's been working his entire life.
At this point, I would like to think that maybe he was able to take a step back, but he was in charge of the fucking anime for forever.
He has hands. he had a lot of hands in One Piece, if I heard correctly. He had a whole lot of
him and
input on One Piece.
Him and Oda were tight. Yeah, they were tight.
Like you just knowing, I don't know. You just know. But
Dragon Ball, as someone mentioned before, Dragon Ball is a household name. Goku is a household name, right? You don't know, you have to know shit about anime, but you know what those two names, right? Dragon Ball Z and Goku. Someone in that household has some indication of what those things are, right? And it's like this man was in charge of the fucking anime, dude. It was the anime.
The anime.
It's the anime, the shonen genre. That was the thing that catapulted the shonen genre to the top of things. Right, that's where we have your Naruto and your Bleach and your Hunter x Hunter, your Full Metal Alchemist, your shonen, right? My Hero Academia, right? Your fucking Demon Slayer, right? Dragon Ball, One Piece, I'll say Dragon Ball's here, One Piece is right here, but Dragon Ball, started all of that shit, and and still going strong. I for one cannot wait to see Daima. Right, I want to see Daima, the new Dragon Ball series that's coming out, where they turn everyone young again. So Goku's a kid again, Vegeta's a kid too.
That's always a way to retcon.
So
I,
they're doing it again.
I googled
Yeah, isn't that how like fucking GT started?
Yeah, but it's approved by Toriyama this time. No, because in GT Goku was
no, because only Goku and Ubu went back.
Yeah, they were the only ones that are a kid. Now everyone's kids. Everyone.
So I googled Akira Toriyama's net worth. He was only, according to Google, he was only worth $55 million at the time of his passing, which I find kind of weird because I thought just off I wonder who owns the licensing for Dragon Ball Z. Is it Bandai?
Bandai.
Yeah, right. Because I figured that property is but that property by itself, despite his other works, I mean, I thought he would be worth well over, well over $55 million. But
well,
I mean, I would say he earned a pretty good living for himself.
I think his net worth is pretty fucking high, all things considered, because like all of the money goes into the corporations that own them.
Right,
like Toei Animation and Bandai Namco for Dragon Ball, and you have like the studios that also make the animes, right? Like they get a lot of the money too to keep making the stuff.
Right. So he was valued at, you said $40-50 million, but he still has the publishing rights to those shows. If he would have sold that, I guarantee it'll be $300, maybe $400 million of value right that alone. And because he owns just the anime, he owns the manga, he has rights to say what goes on to those shows. Imagine giving those publishings, and not to mention, if he had the rights to the merchandise, he would. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the
Bandai has a
Dragon Ball T-shirt.
Yeah, on the money side of things, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super Kai, that is a multi-billion-dollar business in itself.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And
I think all things considered, he got a pretty good piece of the pie.
Yeah, and if he would have sold the rest of it, he would have easily been a billionaire.
Oh, yeah.
But
maybe that was the plan. And maybe that was the
what's
plan.
$55 million in yen? Imagine how much that is. Like,
that's billions.
I'm sure he's good. He was super good.
But bringing it back around, I know we jumped all over with the animes. I would put, and I haven't watched Bleach and all these, so you guys would know better than me. But I would put, based off my Dragon Ball Z knowledge, I would put Goku or Vegeta. Let's blend them. I would put Gogeta against any of those anime characters from Hunter x Hunter to Bleach, and I haven't even watched those. But I would, if I had to pick, could I be Gogeta or could I be the main character in? Let me ask Frank, because I trust Frank's opinion. Would you want to be Gogeta?
Wow.
Would you want to have Gogeta's powers, or would you want to? Who's the main character from Bleach? Who's the main guy?
Ichigo.
Ichigo. That's the only name I've heard of from Bleach, and I know who he is. Now, would you rather have Ichigo's powers or?
I mean, I'd rather have the villain's powers in Bleach, but anyway, honestly, I'd rather be Vegito. Mm-hmm. Vegito is just so cool to me, and so really simple fusion, right? Just put the earrings on, bam, Vegito, right? And
I never trusted the Bataras only because they could be destroyed. I'm like, they can just be destroyed that easily, so all I got to do is target the earrings. I mean, it would be tough to hit one of them when you're Vegito.
I mean, the reason I would be Vegito is because Vegito, I secretly believe Vegito is more powerful. Vegito Blue is more powerful than Gogeta Yellow, but like Gogeta Blue by far is the most powerful fusion there is out there. But like, I don't know, something about Vegito for me. Like, I'll be a Vegito.
Hold on, you said fusion now. That was it. But if you, like I said, Derek, Juice, you guys got to read the manga on this one, man. But we keep forgetting about Frieza Black.
Oh, Frieza Black. That's right.
Frieza Black. I thought he stopped at gold. Oh, Jesus.
No,
No. He fused.
No, he didn't fuse.
With who?
Fused with who?
No. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking
so you know how
Vegeta became Goku Black. Sorry,
Team Gold. He trained for 4 months to get where he was at with gold. Well, in the latest bit of the Super manga, Frieza actually found himself his own hyperbolic time chamber and trained there for he said equivalent of 10 years. So now he has another transformation.
Now he has a new transformation.
No, now call it sorry, maybe 10 days, but 10 years in the chamber.
In the chamber.
But he's now transformed.
Outside of the chamber is 10 years.
Yeah, so now he came out transformed as Frieza Black. He basically one punched the mess out of Goku Vegeta.
Seriously?
Right.
I mean, like
this is in the manga. This is not in the anime.
Yeah.
If it was a good guy, if it was a good, yeah, I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say.
Like, guys, like,
I know what you're gonna say.
Okay, like, I don't know. Like, that's a little straightforward. It's a little
on the nose,
reductive. It's a little reductive, right? It could be more to that. They could make more of that.
Call him a nigga Frieza.
Oh, black ass Frieza.
Black Frieza.
God damn. Black ass Frieza. Wait, does he at least look dope? Because gold, gold looks dope to me.
He looks like gold Frieza, but just black.
It's black.
Black and purple.
But why gold and why black? Like, nah, man, stop. Look, it's so reductive. I'm sorry, guys. It's a bit reductive. It's a little straightforward, man. Well, like, at least,
you don't call us
God damn,
black. Just black.
You
don't call himself.
But after Broly destroyed him in Super Broly, like Frieza had to have another transformation, like at least in the manga. Like it had to be something more than gold.
You know what's kind of funny about that part? Funny about that part too is like, so like you remember when Goku and Vegeta were trying to fuse into Gogeta, and they messed up. They messed up twice. So that means my man Broly was beating on Frieza for an entire hour.
You beat the shit out of Frieza
because there's a half-hour time limit for the fusion,
and
it's like, yo, and the thing is, Potara, I know, like Potara, going back to Vegeta real quick, Potara doesn't have. I think Potara doesn't have a limit. But it has a limit in power. It has a limit in power, and Vegito actually burns out because he gets so fucking powerful. That's why I secretly think he's the most powerful fusion. Next to Gogeta Blue. Gogeta Blue is definitely the most powerful fusion, but yeah.
That's why I love Super Broly so much, because it gave me that feeling of watching Goku go level 3 for the first time, and like that fight verse with Broly and Gogeta was like, I'm sitting there with it, like, oh my god, I can't.
Super Saiyan 3 is fucking useless. Like
it looks
fucking
at the
useless.
time.
It looks cool. It looks cool.
It was cool at the time because they needed something versus Boo. They needed some kind of infusion of power.
All they need against Boo is the good old lend me your energy, just good old spirit bomb. Just give me time.
Oh,
yeah, now I'm thinking about it, the Boo saga was kind of anticlimactic. It kind of was, right? Like he went level 3
or Kid Boo.
Kid Boo, right? Yeah, because he went level 3. Which we knew he wasn't powerful enough. You understood the sentiment, though. We don't want to cheat.
Yeah.
Well,
we
don't want to cheat.
Let me give y'all a little tip of the this actually came from Akira Toriyama's mouth a few years ago when Super Saiyan 3 was originally supposed to be created. He was supposed to add the tail into it, like Goku tail was supposed to come back in Super Saiyan 3.
He's supposed to regain the tail.
So we all know when the tail appears that they're mega powerful.
So the original design is that he was supposed to have that very long hair. He was to have hair a little longer than Super Saiyan 2, but he was to have the tail. And they redone it because Akira Toriyama, once he started making a few more things for the publisher, he kept forgetting to throw the tail back in, draw the tail back in on every scene for the comics. So he just said the heck with it and threw the long hair.
I don't know. Maybe just from a physical animating standpoint, like the hair would kind of cover up the tail a little bit. Maybe those two were like conflicting with each other during the drawing.
No, the hair wasn't even there. He had hair as the design of it was the hair was just as long as Beast Gohan's hair was.
Okay, so it's very
But-
high.
Yeah, but you supposed to have the tail as well to go with it. But
Beast
he
Gohan,
forgot about the tail,
sorry.
so he just did the hair long.
Beast Gohan was disappointing coming off of Super Broly, man. I'm sorry, man. I felt let down at the end of that.
Dude,
The end of that
come
fight.
on.
I wish, and Piccolo didn't have as big an
Dude, that
impact. But
attack.
he didn't. I wanted them to do something together,
Well-
at least team up. You know,
Well,
because
they did
remember,
team up.
this is after they showed you.
You
both
watched the
showed you-
movie, right? They did team up. What do you mean?
They did, but no. Piccolo got his ass whooped, and then Gohan saved the day. They didn't save the day together, you know.
Piccolo got his ass whooped for a reason.
So that Gohan could save the day.
So that Gohan could be.
I didn't need to see Piccolo go through. I didn't need to see Piccolo go through this whole new cool transformation just to get his ass whooped. You know, like I wanted him to have more of an impact at the end of that. You know,
You do realize this is,
and Gohan kind of one-shotted. He one-shotted Cell. And you were like,
He sure did.
I wanted it to be a big,
did.
drawn-out fight, like you know,
Yeah, like a fight.
yeah, like an actual
I feel
kick-ass
you.
Gogeta versus, you know.
But we've had
Broly.
the last half of the movie was almost full of fighting. Yes, there's breaks
was,
in between, but it's full of fighting. You have Gohan taking on Gamma, Piccolo taking on the other Gamma, and then you have the Gammas and Piccolo and Gohan teaming up against
Cell Max.
it's not Cell Max, but wasn't there no that was a different fight. So against Cell Max.
Mhm.
So it's like, yo, and then Piccolo. So you have to realize Superhero was Piccolo's movie, right?
Yeah.
Gohan, sure, he was the main character, but Piccolo was we were following him most of the time. But like Piccolo realized like, yo, he's been trying this whole time to get Gohan to break out to start training and break out of this funk, you know, because Piccolo's like, the fuck are you doing? You need to fucking train.
Mhm.
Right. So like Piccolo realized that, hey, I need to get my ass whipped because I'm really this kid's father, right? Like he cares about me.
I had to take care of this.
That's not fucked up. That's truth.
That's a
It
team.
is true.
That's a team
Why
4-star
does
reference.
Goku's a
right there.
psychopath,
Goku
a
this
sociopath.
absent father. I saw
That's
this whole
facts.
theory on like how bad of a father Goku is. And
He's a
like,
terrible
Goku's a
father.
he keeps
sociopath.
abandoning his family, and I'm
He's
like,
a terrible father.
Oh my
He
god, that's a
is.
team 4-star reference, by the way, guys.
Yeah. He's a
Goku's
terrible
a terrible
father.
dad.
He's a terrible father.
He sucks. Vegeta's a better father than Goku.
Like quick aside before continuing, but like there's one point in the manga where like when Bulma was about to have Trunks, she was pregnant, she was about to give birth to Trunks, and Vegeta and Goku were training, and Vegeta's like, hey man, I gotta go because Bulma's about to, you know, she's about to give birth, and Goku just looks at Vegeta's like, you're not pregnant, she is. And I'm like, what?
That's some hood nigga shit.
So what
Hell
happened
God
next
damn.
And I was
Vegeta
like,
stayed in
what?
keep training?
Vegeta stayed.
That's the saying in them. They can't help that. You know? Goku is terrible.
Oh
terrible.
man. That nigga
But-
is a psycho.
I remember that scene too.
It's just
So
like,
you're not pregnant?
he's like, you're not pregnant. She is.
I remember
Where
that.
you
That was
going?
hilarious.
Get your ass back here.
He's like,
Wow.
where you going? But like, yeah, now like Piccolo's like, look, I've been the father to this kid, and I know what to draw him out. I know what he needs to do. He needs to be the one to save the day, and he needs to be the one to ascend and transform. So he's like, I'm gonna take an L, and I need him to see me taking this L. And then he got so angry, he transforms into Beast. And I like the fact that Beast looks a lot like his younger self when he was at his peak against Cell. And that attack at the end was fucking tight. I just hate the fact that it was the one thing that he did. But yeah, man.
We should never forget that Goku gave Cell a senzu bean.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
For shits
Like
and
an
giggles.
idiot. Like an
That's the
idiot.
saying in them, man. They can't help it. They want you to be at your strongest. I know.
No, that's Goku.
No, that's a benevolent.
That's a Goku
benevolent
thing.
sentiment. That's
You
some
know,
Goku like.
That's a Goku thing.
Psycho shit.
Yeah, that's a Goku thing, dude.
thing.
The same
Look.
reason why he would hire an assassin that always hits his target, that never misses, to kill him. He hired an assassin to kill him.
I want Goku's ass to get beat so bad, son.
No,
I think like
Goku's the hero of the story.
Not gonna happen.
That's like
no, man. Like that's the thing. That's the problem, though, right? Like that's the problem, though, right?
That's the problem
because he has no
physiology too. Because you can beat his ass, and then he's just gonna come.
Naruto was relatable, right? Like the good characters are relatable. I feel like.
Oh yeah, I love
Goku.
Rocky.
This nigga never loses and is never sad. This nigga never feels anything other than
never sad.
Like
I hate the fact that he always wants to smoke too, right? He goes looking for it, like he goes looking for trouble,
and he looks for it, and then he'll give other people more trouble so he can get trouble.
And it's like it's crazy too because it's his, yes, and
he's the worst person.
Like,
this nigga's a villain. Can we be clear? He's a villain. All right. Goku's a villain.
He's a terrible person.
He just happens to be on the right side with the right people.
And we're lucky.
But if he was by himself, Goku would be fucking up everybody else.
He would wreck everybody. And maybe Vegeta would finally step up.
And you know what's funny? The Tournament of Power saga, that was Goku's fault.
Yes, it was.
Of course it was.
It was his fault.
I don't know why, but of course it is.
It was 100% his fault. It was his fault.
Why are y'all trying to sway my opinion of Goku, man? Goku's a terrible dad. He's a bad leader.
He is a terrible dad.
Whatever.
He's a bad leader.
He's probably a little bad. What did he do?
How is he the protagonist in the most popular anime in the world? He's really the villain.
Because he's Goku.
Yep.
He can do
holy shit, man.
Damn.
It's even behind the scenes shit that's fucking crazy too, right? Because like, you know, there was the point where after Gohan defeated Cell, the series was supposed to go to Gohan, right? Gohan was supposed to carry on, and Goku was supposed to take a back seat because he's dead.
He's dead.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, like everybody, the corporation, Bandai, Toy, fans, everybody was telling Akira Toriyama, like, you can't do that. Nah, we don't want Gohan. Bring Goku back. So Gohan had the great Saiyaman saga, right, which was supposed to be the start of his thing. And then, hey, Goku's back. So fuck out of here, Gohan.
Yeah.
Let's just continue with Goku. And by the way, Goten is there too. Poor Goten, but Goten is literally just a mini Goku.
Just a little Goku.
He's the worst. Like he's the worst. He's like,
is he bad?
No. He's not. It's not like bad per se.
Because he has a friend. He has Trunks. He has a friend. So
the thing is, he has
maybe he's socialized.
He has no personality. He is literally a carbon copy of his dad. So it's like, okay, cool. Goten's there too, but like, fuck out of here, Gohan. You should have been the greatest, but everybody wanted Goku back, so that's why Goku is still in the fucking picture.
Gohan definitely got sidelined. They tried to bring him back with the whole mystic thing, but I think in the end, Akira made the right choice because that right when Goku came back and that whole that whole Majin kind of thing that was going on, that was great drama, man. Like you wanted to see what would happen if Goku and Vegeta. I don't blame him, man. That's the saying in him. He couldn't let that opportunity to get his honor back slide. You know,
I know you're dead. Crazy.
You're dead, but we got to do this. You know?
It's fucking crazy too, because like you have a fucking god of destruction. You have Beerus jump into Super, right? You have Beerus, right, saying like, "I'm a god of destruction, and I need someone to challenge me." And Goku's like, "What did you say?" like, were you talking to me? Like, no. I was talking to everybody. He's like, I think you were talking to me. Let's fight right now. Let's fight at this very moment. We're gonna throw hands right now. And Beerus is like, wait a minute. Do you know who I am?
And then when he got his
I don't give a fuck.
And he got his ass whooped.
And then
he got his ass whooped.
He got his tail whipped. Here's the thing that had you laughing. He went back for more.
Yep, he went back for more because he's like, oh man, I almost got defeated. What do? I know there's a super secret transformation that no one else knows about that I need to access. so I'm gonna go Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan red hair. Like I'm gonna go Super Saiyan red hair, but I need 7 other Saiyans to complete the process with me so I can transform to Super Saiyan red. And then he's like, I'm gonna go fight Beerus again.
Are you guys serious? Wait, you guys are serious? Yeah. That's the story. That's what happened?
Yes.
Is that what happened? That's what happened.
Vegeta and
the Beerus arc was
so to go Super Saiyan red to defeat Beerus. Goku needed
the power of seven other Saiyans.
And he knew this how?
I don't remember.
Somebody told him.
I think
was there some ancient Saiyan scroll that survived the explosion?
I think it was Bulma. Maybe that told him.
I didn't see the whole series, but I know the bullet points.
How the fuck would Bulma know?
I don't know.
Somebody told him.
Look, it's the same reason that Frieza went gold and then black. Okay, it's the same reason. It's the same reason.
We haven't even gotten to blue yet.
It's reductive just to do it.
Wait, we haven't even gotten to blue yet.
What are the rules for blue? Like, I can only imagine the rules for blue. What are the rules for blue?
So you go Super Saiyan God, and then you have to transform into Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan while it's Super Saiyan God, and then you access Super Saiyan Blue. So it's Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan.
So like step and then step and then
you're a Super Saiyan. You're a Super Saiyan within Super Saiyan God form. That's where the blue came from.
Okay.
And then you start talking about like all the different. I think they started to get a little crazy with the transformation towards the end. You know what I'm saying? Like there's, and now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that's why I like Super Broly a little bit better than Heroes, because those, at least in Super Broly, Gogeta's transformation was familiar, because he went blue in it, but it was familiar, and like I guess Heroes was more of a shock to the senses to see a new Piccolo and a new Gohan, and it was like, they. And then you're not even mentioning Ultra Instinct and all that, so it's like it's hard to follow the transformations. The last one, so 4 doesn't count because GT was a whole new series. 4 is
I
kind of liked 4. I thought it was.
I always thought 4 looked cool too.
4 was cool.
I did too.
I agree.
Thought it looked pretty cool. The red hair
with the red rimmed eyes and the goddamn.
You also had a Gogeta and GT as well, right? You had Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta with all red hair, straight red, red like your jacket or your hoodie, like that red, right? And it's like you had a Gogeta in there too. So that's the thing. Like we haven't seen Gogeta in a very long time until the Super Broly movie. So bringing him back as Gogeta in Super Broly was like a huge fucking deal. So that's why we got the chance to see that happening.
Super Broly was perfect, man. Like the Kamehameha at the end, like everything just hit. Like Goku showing up to train with Broly at the end of the movie. You're like, this shit was.
You gotta. I think.
So let me read some comments.
I think you need to watch the best. I think you need the best Kamehameha. In my opinion, I think you need to watch Dragon Ball Super, because the best Kamehameha has ever been done was when Goku. He knows what I'm talking about.
I thought you were going to say
the Kamehameha that he did against Kefla.
Was
fucking.
I remember that. I did see that. I did see that shit. That shit was crazy.
That shit was sweet. He did the Kamehameha while he was dodging blast, right? Mm-hmm. And she does her ultimate attack, like her super attack, like this giant like wave, like green and yellow and pink wave. And my man has the blast. He takes the blast and he puts it on top of the wave and he fucking spins around on the blast, turns around and blasts her in the face. And I was like, fuck, that's fucking the
crazy
best shit I've ever seen.
Crazy shit.
I ain't gonna lie, I would love to continue this conversation with y'all, but I got some kids I gotta put to bed.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Man. Thanks for jumping in, man.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you guys and stuff like that. Once again, D, happy birthday, my brother.
Appreciate you, man. Love you, man. Take care of you.
One love, man.
Peace, guys.
Talk to y'all later.
Bye, man. See you later.
But yeah, that was the sweetest Kamehameha I'd ever seen. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Cell in the tournament before he handed it to Gohan.
No.
Before that one.
But yours sounds cooler. That's why I want to.
The Cell one with Gohan, that was like had more emotional weight, right? Like that was awesome. That was just an awesome moment. Probably, I would say it's like the second best moment in the entire Dragon Ball like mythos, right next to Goku going Super Saiyan 1 for the first time. Mm-hmm. Like that one arm, the one arm fireball, and Goku doing from the dead doing the motion behind him, and I was like, yes. I was like, finally, you actually step up as a dad here and you help.
Wait, was that his greatest dad moment?
Yes.
He was carrying Gohan around when he was younger. Remember when Gohan was running around with the Dragon Ball on the top of his head? He went and saved Gohan in which movie was it, man? With Garlic. The Garlic Saga.
Remember the movies don't count. The movies aren't canon.
Yeah, they kind of do. They kind of. I know they don't count series wise, but they're still part of the overall story.
Janemba never existed.
No, none of them ever existed.
I don't like that. That's kind of like the Star Wars thing.
Super Baby 2. They don't exist. Like
I don't like when people who own the rights to something get to dictate what's canon and what's the Star Wars thing, right? Because the story is built up in my head. I take these different stories that you guys put out and I build the mythos of it in my brain, right? And then I form theories. Well, this could happen and that could happen. I hate when companies do that. They just scrub everything and say, no, this doesn't count anymore. Don't pay attention to that. And I don't know. Those movies were just I always liked them. I always considered them as little offshoots of what the series was.
They are.
Right? I never read the manga, but
I mean, look, you can still do that. Like they still are those things. They exist in your heart, which is what matters. It's just that you can't debate, if you're gonna debate somebody about who's stronger and you're talking within canon realm. If you have parameters, you have to argue within the parameters. Or you have to
It's not fair because
you have to consider it within the parameters. It's the same as it's just the same as it's the same as saying that Goku and Superman, right? Goku beat Superman here. No, he didn't, because that fight never fucking could exist because these imaginary lines we have between the properties. All this shit is imaginary. Mm-hmm. So we just have to just think about within the realms. It's still in your heart. If you wanted to I'm sure there actually is a legitimate Goku versus Vegeta fight on the internet, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
But it's not canon.
But you know what? That's why
it's still just out there.
Everything exists in our hearts, right? And everything is imaginary, but that's why they can't dictate what's canon and what's not. Everything is imaginary, so you can't just take a part of this imagination that you gave to me, this imaginary thing, and then tell me that it's not. I guess you can, because it's your right to, it's your property, right? But
yeah,
like you said, in my heart, it still counts.
In the heart of hearts.
Yeah.
Garlic never existed to you guys. You didn't like that. What was the name of that movie? Was it?
I don't even think I've seen it now.
He flew in on Nimbus, and him and Piccolo fought Garlic and the minions. He had the staff that used to extend and all that stuff. It was back in the Dragon Ball.
I don't remember the name of the movie. I don't remember.
Wait, and he was fighting. Yeah, he was I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
they were fighting on some temple or something, and they kicked Garlic into the dimension at the end of the movie.
I do remember that. A bunch of Dragon Ball movies. Yeah, none of that shit existed.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but at the same time, the fight was dope though.
Yeah,
this is before he was Super Saiyan.
You have the one with Tapion with the music box, Bio Broly, right? Bio Broly.
That was whack.
Broly.
Thank God that's not canon.
Broly doesn't.
It is canon. Stop that.
Broly doesn't exist. No. Broly doesn't exist. Super Broly is the first time that he's ever actually been considered canon.
Okay.
Right? Y'all can't take this away from me. I'm not going to let you.
No, it's
Broly 1 never existed. True.
Broly 1 never existed. Bio Broly, that was never a fucking thing.
And they wrapped all that shit up off on that planet. Yeah.
We were talking about the different ways that Japanese and American cultures kind of emote, right? And remember, Broly What was he screaming in the subtitle? Kakarot. That's what drove. Yeah. That's what drove. Hang on, it was something different that drove Broly crazy with Goku. I think in the American version he was crying. Right? Was he crying a lot? Right? What was he doing in the Japanese?
In the first movie?
In the movie, that the thing that drove Broly crazy, was it Goku crying?
Yeah, as a baby. He was crying as a baby, and it annoyed the shit out of him.
The first movie. So you're talking about the first movie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He thought he was weak or something.
Crying and it annoyed him.
I'm trying to think. Was it different in the movie versus? Wasn't it? What was it in Super Broly? Because it wasn't Goku crying.
The thing that set him off. The thing that set him off is Frieza killed his dad.
Right. Yeah, so he never went crazy as a kid in the first one. He was rational. So maybe they're trying to bring Broly back around to.
Nah, I wouldn't say that. Like in the first movie, his origin is tragic. Like you remember, fucking like my man took a sword and ran through him as a baby with the sword.
Tried to kill him
and shit like that. Tried to kill him, didn't work. So we sent him off to another fucking planet, and like.
Because he was the legendary. He was the actual legendary.
He was the actual legendary Super Saiyan.
The actual legendary Super Saiyan.
But
as a baby, and they were just like, they knew it. He was too fucking powerful to exist here.
Like it was just like that. Like that was tragic. Like all of that was tragic. And in this one, he was raised similarly, but like. But he was more rational than the rage monster that we know of. But like when all it took was Frieza killing his dad in front of him, because Frieza knows the deal with Saiyans, right? Mm-hmm. You gotta push him. You gotta push him, and it's about rage. And so kills his dad in front of him. Then he fucking goes Super Saiyan. Well, no, he doesn't go Super Saiyan. He goes Super Saiyan during the fight with Gogeta.
He was kind of raging out a little bit before that, right?
A little bit, but not nearly as much. Because he fought against Vegeta first, and his dad told him go fight, him. So he fought against Vegeta first, and Vegeta was holding his own for a while. Vegeta was a good fight, and then Goku was like, "It's my turn," and then Goku goes Super Saiyan Red, and he gets fucked up. He gets ran through, cool, and then things start escalating as it does in Dragon Ball, and so so yeah.
And there we go. Like I
think we should y'all hear me? I just switched my headphones. Yeah, but I think we should probably move on to another topic. Like also I'm gonna read some comments. Claudine commented saying
Akira Toriyama.
R.I.P.
Yeah, rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. She wrote that Dragon Ball was huge in Europe and that she was watching it back in the day when she was a kid. That was the very first anime she watched. Well, apparently she watched Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z back in the day.
Ranma
and then Ranma 1/2 and Nicky Larson, which was called Midnight. It's at a different title here, but it was like a cop anime comedy. So, yeah. But
what they call those,
man. You did ask a good question earlier. I wanted to you had said that what was it you said earlier? It was would Dragon Ball Z now, if it was released now, have been as popular as it was when it was released in back then?
Yeah, it has the same cultural impact, yeah. On generation.
I was thinking about it, and I would say arguably, if it was released now, say Naruto, the issue is that because so much anime was supplanted, in Dragon Ball Z was the baseline for a lot of anime going forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's almost nothing else could have existed without Dragon Ball existing first. So, but if it did come out just now, I don't know, man. I don't think you can though. Just time.
I think would Dragon Ball Z now even be the same as Dragon Ball Z that we know if it came out now? Because
I think fundamentally, Dragon Ball coming out at the time that it did definitely was the genesis for a lot of, definitely for shonen anime. Like and shonen is still very fucking popular, both East and West, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I think like the fact that the show has evolved in the way that it has, still shows its staying power. You know, it's not all good. In fact, a lot of it is not great, but like it shows its staying power. It shows that like not only is it still around, but it's also, you know, moving forward with the original like story of Z, right? And we're talking like 30 years now of Z and 40 years of Dragon Ball period, right? So it's like amongst all these other new shonens like My Hero Academia, at like a few years back, it was probably the best shonen ever, like surpassing Dragon Ball and Naruto and Bleach and all of them. My Hero, I think, kind of fell off a little bit, but like it's still amazingly popular. But then you have other shows that just start to come out of the woodwork, like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen, and you even have shows like Fairy Tail, which is fucking popular. You have shows like Black Clover, extremely popular. You know, Soul Eater, right? Like extremely popular extremely popular shonen anime that
very unique in its animation style, I thought.
Yeah, but like
the manga, like the art is amazing.
One Punch Man technically is shonen, right? Like, so it's like then you have like the big, like part of the big three, like One Piece and Bleach, that are still, One Piece is still around. Bleach kind of took up a huge hiatus, but it's back now. But like I think Dragon Ball.
Wait, big three is what?
Well, the big three changes, but like the big three that I know of in our era is Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and Bleach.
Okay.
But One Piece has always been in and out of that conversation as well, right? Like it would be like One Piece, Naruto, and Dragon Ball Z. So
right.
Yeah.
But the big three, like maybe 5-6 years ago was My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, and
Naruto.
Probably Boruto, right? At this point. But Naruto.
I don't know if Boruto's ever made big three.
Well, Naruto as it was ending, right? Shippuden when it was ending. So I would say like My Hero, Demon Slayer, and Naruto were the big three at that point. But again, One Piece is still there. One Piece is still around. So it's always changing. But Dragon Ball almost never left the conversation of big three. In its era,
especially since they restarted the car.
You know, and again, Dragon Ball is a household name. Like nobody knows shit about any other anime, but you have heard of Dragon Ball somehow, some way.
You know those characters through the video games, through everything. You know, music. You know, people referencing them.
Pop culture. Just Dragon Ball's household names. You know, household names all over. So, yeah, man.
But like, could Dragon Ball existed? Like,
comparatively,
I don't know, man.
Comparatively to the shows now, I don't know if that's a fair question because like the shows that are here now are basically evolved versions of Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball started.
So
I don't think it's a fair question because if you put Dragon Ball
story wise, Naruto for me was like way surpasses Dragon Ball.
Yeah, of course it does. But it had
orders of magnitude.
But it had Dragon Ball as a template. It had Dragon Ball as a template to evolve and craft such a great story, right? Like the storylines in Naruto, despite the filler, were fucking great. But like, and then you have like My Hero Academia again. My Hero Academia, if you put Dragon Ball Z versus My Hero Academia, in my opinion, My Hero Academia kicks the shit out of Dragon Ball Z by far, any day, all day. But you can't deny the influence that Dragon Ball Z has had on all of that.
Yeah.
You know? So
Lay the groundwork.
I don't know if it's a fair question, but if you want to like talk literally, yeah, Dragon Ball Z suffers for a lot of the shows now. You know, like it's not as good, and a lot of it doesn't hold up. You know, only like certain moments hold up. But if you try to watch the show at length, you're gonna get tired of of having to wait like 20 episodes for like someone to throw a punch or for a fight to happen, you know, or for an event to happen.
I can appreciate those fillers a lot more in my older age than I did when I was younger. That shit used to piss me off, man. Like, dude, we just grilling each other down for 30 minutes, man. Like, I thought y'all was gonna fight this episode. You didn't fight.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yep. Next episode on Dragon Ball Z. Goku might throw a punch.
Yeah, I guess speaking of not fair, y'all wanna jump in these Trump sneakers, man. I'm sitting there looking at a picture of these junks, man. Like, would I wear
Yes,
them?
let's finally.
He probably needs a better logo.
All right. Boom. Dang it, where
Trump sneakers, and then am I the asshole? The never surrender high tops, bro. I don't know if I'm kind of torn on it. It's kind of smart, but it's kind of like it's kind of smart, to be honest with you.
Hold on, what's
Especially,
that? Let me just see if I can bring this up. Have you? Yeah. Have you ever played basketball and wondered? Have you ever been on the basketball court with the homies and wondered if your shoes should be a little bit shinier? Well, Trump has released the America Team Jordans.
the never surrender high tops.
They call the Never Surrender High Tops right here. A specialty $399 pair shoe that he released. Was it in mid? I had the article up. I'm my screen's covering now. That he released like a couple of weeks ago. Limited edition for those, one, sneakerhead collectors, and two, all of black people, to try to get you on the side of MAGA.
Okay, I'm not sure if I agree with the whole, because I thought about it and I was like, I'm not sure if I agree with the whole black angle per se, because there are sneakerheads of every color and every creed, and you know, I will say it's more modeled for the urban community versus the kind of the hodgepodge community, right? Because you came out with sneakers, you could have came out with some Chucks or something a little more low key,
maybe some
Wallabies or something. Some loafers, some Wallabies or something like that. You came out with a basketball sneaker. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
if he really wanted to get the MAGA crowd, he would have been aiming. He'd have had some New Balances out there.
Yeah,
right?
Something like that.
If he was really aiming for the MAGA crowd, he would have had maybe some cowboy boots. But he wasn't. He was aiming for black people. So he released basketball high tops.
I don't know if it was black per se, because sneakerhead culture.
When you talk urban, what is when people say urban, they mean black.
Okay, brown, black and brown.
I mean, the black community is very well known for being sneakerheads and urban, and that's a stereotype that a lot of us seem to live up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's to a degree it's true. I mean, not myself per se, but there is definitely a affinity for black people to spend exorbitant amounts of money, and
lining up for the Jordans,
especially from the perspective of white people.
Yeah,
white people think black people spend all their money on shoes,
on sneakers. Yep,
that's how. And so when you consider 99% of MAGA, or it's very likely white folk, when Trump releases a sneaker with red bottoms, like I don't think he was like
These
gunning
particular
for
shoes are not
your
marketed
standard
at his-
conservative.
These particular shoes are not marketed at his core voter base. You know, these are
Yeah,
definitely
right.
marketed for the younger crowd. But I know
Like,
personally that there's
Look at the
sneakerheads
plush
of every color.
line work here.
We could say that they were made for black people or whatever, but they're sneakerheads. I mean, if you look at just go on YouTube and look at a
This red
Jordan
bottom.
retro release, and you'll see people of every, I mean, white, black, Asian guys. People like sneakers, man. It's a whole culture. I'm not a sneakerhead myself, but you know, the one point, a friend of me and Juice, Dennis, this guy he told me he had over 100 pairs of shoes, man. And he'll just like randomly, he'll buy a pair of shoes, wear them once, sell them on eBay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about like that kind of culture, like trading sneakers. I think this
Dudes
is a
into
smart
sneakers.
move from Trump in the point of business, because they're going to be a limited edition. So this article says only 1,000 pairs will ever be released, and each pair is numbered. So for the true sneakerheads who want a collector's item, it's kind of smart for Trump. I mean, these shoes sell retail $399. You could resell them after you buy them for $4,000, $5,000. I mean, look at Yeezy shoes. You know, I mean,
Actually, to your point, Fat Joe was recently on. I think it was like he was talking with Joanne Reed on, or she was talking with somebody on the news about like how he ended up going out and having himself or getting himself a pair of these Trump sneakers, and he was like, man, I can't fucking stand Trump, but like I'm a collector, I'm a sneakerhead, like I have thousands of sneakers of particular kinds. This is what I do, so I had to get these because they're a collector's item. These are the only shoes that a president has ever released.
He built like a sneaker museum, bro. Like, this guy has like 100,000 pairs of shoes. Some dude on YouTube, man. Just type in sneakerhead on YouTube, man. Dudes have like thousands of shoes, like in these little boxes. You seen those little boxes that they store the shoes in, so they're airtight and all this shit. It's like a whole culture. I think people will get them just because of that. I gotta say, I don't like the colorway though. I would not wear these big ass, ugly gold shoes on my feet, bro.
What?
I'm sorry.
What?
I don't like it. Maybe if they came in a black.
You wouldn't wear gold on your feet?
Can I get up? I guess that's part of the kind of the shtick of it, is their gold.
I'm trying to understand what sneakers these used to be, because they look like they look like they used to be. They used to be like
Air Force One,
like mids. Nah, not Air Force.
They look kind of chuckish, like the
dude.
laces.
I guarantee these ones came from a sweatshop in fucking Indonesia.
Well, that's
and they
not
spray painted these bitches and put a T on the side.
Nike or Under Armour. I think Under Armour is made in the U.S. actually.
I don't know. They look like they look too cheap to be like mids. To be like mid ones or something like that. I don't know, man. Like the bottom look like Dunks, but then the top looks like Converse.
How you get gold laces, weird. Son?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, and I think maybe the gold laces, maybe they should have been. I guess I'm trying to picture them in red.
And look, the laces aren't even tied, so it looks like they look like slip-ons.
Yeah, maybe he got the little.
There's no laces hanging out. They look like slip-ons.
I want to see somebody review them in person. Maybe there's a video out there on YouTube that has like somebody reviewing them in person. Jesus, but I guarantee So according to his website, they've already sold out. I guarantee.
Look,
I don't know
these bottoms. Look, these Jones is generic as fuck.
I mean, they all look. And when you buy
regular ass
limited edition, it's a limited edition at 1,000 pairs. When you buy these, you're not buying them to wear them. You know, nobody's actually ever going to wear these. Honestly, the tongue on the front, not the tongue, but the toe part of the shoe, if you wear that, it's going to crease like a mug. I used to hate wearing Air Force Ones because you would get them, they're new, they look fresh. You walk in them for a day, then you got that toe crease across the front. You know what I mean?
Here. Right there.
It's going to be wrinkled right there, man. I remember we used to fold our socks up back in the day. You just wear the long socks and they kind of fold.
And the gold gonna start flaking. That gold gonna start flaking off.
Stop joking on the quality of the shoes.
That shit is lightly layered, man. That shit's
Is it a
gonna
little flake?
that's gonna crinkle and flake off. They're gonna be like
No shit, it's
they're gonna
chocolate.
be like foil. That's gonna be like foil on the
You can
fucking
eat
sidewalk
this?
and shit.
Those damn shiny shoes, man. Like it's solid gold. Maybe I'm trying to picture. Maybe if they came in like a black with the gold tee with the American flag, it might look a little better. But then I guess it wouldn't be the
Honestly,
gold.
yeah.
You know.
Hey, you might be right, man. But like,
Yeah. Without all
like
that
if they
damn-
were all black with like a gold, like here, I'm a guy. I love like gold, like things. Like all my characters on my video games, they're decked out in fucking gold, son. Like
Mhm.
this is how I do it. But
Hey, the
like,
Anunnaki-
so like,
the
I like the
Anunnaki
idea of
story.
like gold style, right? But like these shits are gaudy. But yeah, like if it was like mostly black with like a gold tee, maybe like one of these Jones, a couple of these was gold, and maybe like the gold laces even.
Or
Like
maybe-
just like
maybe
like
you could-
what do you call it? Detailed, like gold detailed. Maybe it might have been alright.
You could leave the gold, but you have to offset it somewhere with the black. Maybe a black tee and some black laces and a black toe part, or a black stitching up the side of the shoe. Something to
But you
offset.
can't
all
go
that
out with
damn
like a
gold.
whole gold foot though.
Maybe like a black tongue. You know,
Gold.
something to offset all that damn gold. Just looks stupid.
All that goddamn gold.
But hey,
Well,
back
here.
to the Anunnaki story, right? It's like,
Sorry.
where do human beings get this affinity for gold? You know, why do we
100%.
hold
Okay,
gold
yeah,
in
shoot.
such reverence? You know,
Yeah, man. Like
I guess
because it's
I wonder
shiny.
Yeah, I wonder who was advising him on like which color. I guess, well, Trump. You'd imagine, you know, his
I'm
whole
sure he did it himself.
persona is in gold. You know,
Like remember, I always hear stories about like him like having gold toilets or some shit.
Mhm.
Like literally, like he had a golden toilet in like his plane or some shit.
Yeah,
It is like it's just like fuck you money, but at the same time it's like without
I
like a
was
person who has fuck you money with no personality. It's just like, yeah, I'll just put gold on that on all things.
I saw something that said this was a cash grab for him, which I kind of don't agree with. I mean, these shoes were retailed at $399, $499, $399, and like
Yeah.
how
For
much money
1,000
is he going
pairs?
to make off of those with the limited? Because once I buy the sneakers for $399, they're mine, so I can resell them for whatever I want, right? So he's only making limited amount of money off of these, you know, especially in limited quantities. So he's not going to see any of that
Yeah.
resale value that somebody who purchased that retail price is going to resell it for, you know. But yeah, like I said, man, you know, we always get on Trump.
Like if it's
I
1,000,
can say
yeah,
this much,
like
he's an entertainer, and he might be an asshole and a racist and all this, and you know, we don't really, you know, but he's entertaining. I give him that shit. I was like, this motherfucker. I think the next day after we did the last cast we did, that's when I saw the article about the sneakers. Yeah, because you sent it to the chat. I was like, this mug
Yeah.
came out with a pair of sneakers, man. It's
Because remember, like, I remember the initial argument, like people were saying, like, oh no, this is like you were saying, a cash grab because he owes like what?
Yeah,
I mean, I forgot the number. It was like
600,
300. And,
yeah.
it's like 300 million.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like some insane amount of money over like a defamation case that he lost. And it's just like you
Which
owes
is
that
crazy.
money, and then he releases this is like right after, and it's like, well, but you're right. Like at max, like 4,000 pairs at 300 at max a pop. Like that's not even gonna scratch the surface of that kind of looking money. But like, and there's no way like these would sell, in any kind of like mass way. You have to only release 1,000 for it to sell at all. Like if you saw these Jones in the goddamn Nike store. Or like at Foot Locker, nobody's buying the fucking gold Trump shoe in Foot Locker, right? Like they have to be like specially from his website.
That's how they control a lot of shoe brand value, is releasing in limited quantities, right? Because people will pay more if they know that the market is not flooded with this shoe, you know. So
yeah, true.
He might make money.
So sneakerheads are actually interested in
like a re-release or something. He might make some more money. Because by then the popularity is there. You re-release it in 2, 3, 4 years, and then you can sell each of those at $1,000 each.
Or if he goes to jail, imagine what these would be worth if he goes to jail, son.
Right? Yeah. Do you think
like the first president to release a shoe that goes to jail, or like? But here's the thing: like, if he wins the next election, I feel like that the value would drop.
I don't think so.
I don't know. That's all speculation.
So.
That's speculation.
Only because of what they are. They're sneakers released specifically for a ex-president of the United States. I think they'll hold value. They'll retain these 1,000 sneakers that he came up with are going to do nothing but increase.
Oh, the 1,000, yeah. I'm with you.
Honestly, like regardless.
I was thinking about like for future releases though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of see this going in a different direction where he made some money off of these first 1,000. Then he's going to be like, oh shit, I sold out. I'm going to make more. And then you're going to see this shit at like shoe outlets,
retros and whatnot. Yeah.
You're gonna see like shoe outlets everywhere. It's like, get your Trumps here for like $15.99 for a pair.
Yeah, these shoes gonna be in Burlington and like right next to Fubu. Like,
well, you know how
right next to the K Swiss joint.
You know how America is. We live in this consumer society where people want the newest thing, right? So like,
yeah, but I mean, but maybe his 15 minutes is already over when it comes to this. Like maybe then. Because he's gonna want to do a next wave because he made some money off of what he did.
He's gonna need some money.
Yeah, he's gonna need some more. So he's like, this is a good revenue stream. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a lot more, and this way all the black people can buy them. And guess what? Nobody's gonna buy them because he's just a fucking ugly, and people have learned their lesson, and they're not limited anymore.
Yeah,
I think
that'll be it.
I think people would buy them just like you said with that interview the other day, just for collectors, because you're not going to wear these. These shoes are ugly as hell. Like they're just ugly. They just don't look good. Like the best part about the shoe is the bottom of it, the red with the white. This one, like once you go up the shoe to the gold and the flag on the back, you're like, ew. Yeah. Like, nobody wants to wear those. I don't even.
Yeah, like what are these? Like fucking rhinestone? Like
I don't know.
Hey, Juice, man, stop joning on his shoes, man. He said rhinestones, man. Hey, man.
No, like you remember back in the day, they had the bedazzled jumps. Yeah. They had like little stars with the little hooks on the ends of the like each one of the jumps had a little hook right here, and here.
Yeah, they said bedazzled, bro. My sister had a couple of those.
Yeah, my sister had those too. Yeah. She had to bedazzle her jeans.
Yeah, try to bedazzle her jeans and her jackets and whatnot. Yeah.
All right, so look. To Joan on these is really the only reason I brought him up. This is funny.
It's worth bringing up because it is. I guess it's a moment, right? When has an ex-president released a shoe, let alone a sneaker? We've never had an ex-president release a fucking loafer.
I agree with that. Like, I think Trump would literally be the only person in existence to try something like this. To still try to be a businessman. Maybe the only person in existence who is actually a fucking one of our presidents who would actually try some shit like this to still be a businessman past all of that because he's a businessman first. So
the only person who has the personality, the balls, the wherewithal to stand up to the heat that is going to bring. Remember, everybody got mad at Obama for wearing
to just not give a damn enough to know that he's going to get the heat and still do it.
Yeah, no. Remember they gave Obama that heat for wearing that cream color suit or something like that. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
When Obama was he had that light color, and I'm sure Obama knew this is not a presidential color. We don't typically see presidents wear this color, but I'm gonna wear this shit anyway because it looked good, and he looked dapper in there. He looked good, And I remember seeing an article on that. The people didn't like it. They didn't like how he was dressed.
But that's very different than like releasing a golden shoe.
Sneaker line. This is a sneaker line. That was an outfit.
Like that was an outfit that maybe he didn't know. Maybe he was like, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna wear my fresh ass new suit.
But he wasn't.
And everybody was like, oh.
He wasn't wearing this. But he wasn't wearing the outfit in order to sell a clothing line. That's the difference.
What if Trump was wearing these though?
Oh, he'll never wear them.
He would never wear these. Wait, Trump would never wear these.
No, it would go against marketing if he did. Because he's marketing towards the urban community, right?
And that would definitely ruin his chances.
That would ruin
that are already ruined.
That will go against marketing. So, you know, as a businessman, he should know something about that. So yeah, he's not going to wear them ever.
Wait a minute. Hold on, son.
I think it's actually a smart move, and whatever you say, it's a ballsy move because you know you're going to get some heat for this. Trump is a ballsy guy, if we can say that. Like he got some balls on him, you know. But I mean, as soon as I thought it was fake news.
That hasn't worked out for him.
You remember Onion? Remember Onion News? I thought it was an Onion article or something. I was like, what the fuck? Trump came out with a sneaker.
It still exists.
Onion?
No, but that's the thing. You're right, though. You're right, because Trump is the kind of guy who, like, the satire just doesn't work anymore because he actually did it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Trump be going so goddamn far. It's like, oh,
satirical president like, one day.
Trump tried to be Trump again, release a shoe. But I did release a golden shoe. Like, I think this is actually my golden shoe here.
I think the same thing that got Trump elected is still relevant and relevant today, right? Like this want to go against the establishment, right? Like this want to go against the culture, the thing that we've been doing, right? Like, and
but Trump has failed at that, though,
stepping outside of those lines, right? He came out with a sneaker. We've never seen a Trump president do that. That's ballsy, man. You know, to me, they're ugly as hell.
I mean, it is ballsy. Yeah. It's definitely ballsy, man. It's definitely ballsy. Like the balls you gotta have,
dude. Like
to be like, you know, it's a good idea.
I wonder if Trump and like a bunch of his like rich friends and all these, you know, corporate types, whatever, you know, political types, just like sitting around. He's like, "Yo, y'all want to know something?" They're like, "What?" Yo, man, I came out with a sneaker. They was like, "What? What the fuck are you talking about, man?" You know, like he just told them the story of this.
Fuck, you didn't?
You just showed me a picture. What? And they
what
just
you talking about, man?
Had a cigar and a laugh about these. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll never wear these. You know, but I think it's smart because
I released a sneaker and the black people are gonna love it.
It's
they're going to eat it up.
Stop that, because you say you saw an interview with Fat Joe. Fat Joe's not black. Who'd you say bought the sneaker for the collection? Was it Fat Joe?
He said he bought it for his collection. Yeah,
but he's not black though. He's Hispanic. So sneaker culture is not just black culture. It has not the point. Well, yes, it is, because you keep saying
black people like sneakers.
Yes, but Fat Joe is not. Fat Joe bought a pair and he's not black.
I'm not saying white people don't collect sneakers. I'm saying Trump released them for black people.
You have to be careful because you're saying that I came out with these because the black people are gonna love it. Well, yeah, everybody loves it. Fat Joe loves it. He's not black.
No, but
it's not. He didn't come out with it for the black people. When I say the urban, I meant black and brown. You know, because we're kind of, you have to blend the two. You know what I'm saying?
But he's marketing specifically to black people. Like
there's a reason these look like shoes black people buy. Everybody likes Jordans. And everybody owns Jordans. But black people mostly spend more on Jordans.
That's not true. I've never spent. I bought a pair of Jordans for the gifts, but I've never bought.
You're also just one person. You do not represent all of us when it comes to that, right? Like it's
okay.
I don't own any Jordans.
I'm just saying, if he's marketing these for black people and a Hispanic guy bought them, I mean, was he really marketing them for? I mean, I guess he was, but he might have been marketing them for Hispanic people as well, because a Hispanic guy bought a pair.
I think it's just a bonus. No, his target demographic is black people in this case.
Maybe this was a way for him to kind of garner favor with the younger voters, the younger voter base.
Whoever, doesn't matter if they buy it, bonus, but target demographic is black people.
Yeah, targets. Maybe like anime is targeted for young men. Shonen is targeted for young men, and then sometimes young women get into it. Or maybe this was a way for him somebody out of the target demographic, right? And that doesn't mean that it was like, oh, it wasn't marketed for young men because this old person bought it.
I doubt they sat down.
Or this woman bought it.
I doubt they sat down in a room and was like, let's get together and figure out a way to produce this pair of sneakers specifically so that black people will buy it. You know, I think
why not? Because that is their weakness. Black people are not voting for Trump. Like the numbers are like in. Nil.
I think this was a way for the younger
This is
generation.
marketing. This is how. This is campaigning.
And I think for the younger generation of folks, I don't think this has anything to do specifically in line with Black people. You know what I mean? I think it's just for the young people. Crowd. I need a way to get attention and garner favor from the younger crowd. Hey, let me release a sneaker that people will eat up because there are shoe collectors out there. And, you know, like this, I don't know. I don't know if it was. I don't know if
I had to argue this, I would argue that like shoe collecting is a hobby for somebody with means. And if we're talking about like how much you would spend for a $300 sneaker to be a shoe collector, and if we're talking about reaching mass appeal, then like specifically young people will be a bad target demographic because young people don't typically have means of buying large amounts of like sneakers, like individually. Doesn't mean that they're here. Doesn't mean that they don't, and doesn't mean that there's some that don't. Let me just clarify. But that also, that means that like as a target demographic, like that would alone not really be a.
Usually, also if you're targeting younger people, you're not targeting them. You're targeting their parents. You're targeting the guardians, the adults who have the money to spend for. It's like in movies.
People, I mean, younger voters. Yeah, you got to be old enough to vote at least. You know, like you might not
18?
care about a 12-year-old, but a 22-year-old who's willing to pay $1,000 for a pair of sneakers. You know,
how many of those do you know?
A 22-year-old who's willing to pay $1,000 for a pair of sneakers.
Yeah.
How many do I know?
I mean, I'm just like it doesn't matter, but like
I don't know that many. There are
it's
people
not many. I would say it's not a lot.
There are people who will pool their money and resources together to buy rare sneakers and resell them. That's a actual business of reselling sneakers. You buy limited.
And you think this is marketed to those people with that business, business mind?
There's a
you think this is marketed to people specifically with the business mind to pool resources to buy a pair of sneakers to resell?
If you go into Fat Joe's shoe collection, this is not even his most expensive pair of shoes. People will pay money for
Obviously
shoes.
Not. Obviously not, because it's Fat Joe.
Well, I know. I mean, first of all, we live in a consumer society. When there's something you want, whether it be a gaming computer or a shoe or a car, like you will find a way to get the money to consume that product, right? So like there are people who will pay $2,000 for a pair of shoes. To us, that seems unfathomable, right? Like I wouldn't pay $2,000 for a pair of sneakers, but yeah.
But that's like an already established rare pair of sneakers, right? Also that. Okay, I don't know. Like, okay, it's just funny. It's a funny story. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think they're ugly than a mug, but you know, look, my son is 12, right? Darian, would you wear those Trump sneakers? Would you wear? You probably would, bro. These kids nowadays, you don't know what they be into.
What did he say?
He said no. He said no. He totally would. Like, he would. Yeah, he would.
He gonna buy you them sneakers, man. It's cool.
If I came in here with those shoes tomorrow, he would wear those to school. He'd be like, "Yep, I want to wear them."
You're like, "Guess what, son? I already got a pair."
I don't want to beat up. I want to beat up.
I bought them for you for my birthday.
Somebody go rock.
Would you wear these? Nah. Well, you're gonna.
I wouldn't even the problem with these shoes too is like you can't even just wear them without making a political statement. It's almost like akin to a MAGA hat. Like you can't even just wear the hat. You know, like these shoes are a political statement as well. Like it shows. See, I don't know, right? Because you said Fat Joe doesn't support Trump, but he had to get the sneakers, right? So. I don't know, but people are going to think that you support Trump if you wear these, right? Like you're not just going to get away with it.
Or they could just be a collector's item.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really matter your affiliation. You just wanted to have something that not a lot of people have.
Yeah. I don't think that people buy these. I don't think Fat Joe even put these on his feet.
I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guarantee, like, I know for a fact that these are marketed for black people just based on just like what Trump people are saying. I have a video here. I'll send it over later. I haven't figured out how to play videos on this jump to clearly play it without crashing my effing computer. But yeah, like essentially the quote is, damn it, where's the quote? Anyway, a guy on Fox is saying that, like, yeah, these are for black people because black people love sneakers. Why wouldn't they want to wear these?
That's a stereotype.
And he said, yeah, why wouldn't they? It is a stereotype. That's what campaigning and marketing is about.
Now, who don't like fried chicken? Is every KFC commercial marketed at black people? No, people like chicken from all different races and cultures, right? So, like, it can be the same for shoes. I don't necessarily buy that that they made these specifically in mind.
But can we say that there are marketing?
This is all marketing. This is all marketing and statistics, and the money talks, right? Like, it's about money talking. Again, statistically, black people are known to spend more money on sneakers than anyone else as a majority. Now, it doesn't mean that no one else likes or doesn't like sneakers. It just means that black people statistically in different neighborhoods and different areas, or whatever have you, are known to spend more money than everyone else on sneakers. That's why when you use these buzzwords like urban and urban and colorful, right, community, that they're speaking to black people. Speaking to black people. But everyone else that gets caught up in this marketing, that's just a bonus. Cool. But you really want to target. It's just like any voting primary, right? You want to target certain groups of people, but there are other people outside of that group that will get caught, that will get swept up into a group of people that's not their own. And cool, right? That's a bonus.
Also, like say, like, Trump is like campaigning for Latinos. I'm sure he's doing it in another way.
Right.
I'm sure he.
But this way is particularly racist. That's why. Like,
from younger voters. So they said there's this Yahoo News said this month Donald Trump and his allies say the former president has appealed to black voters because they can identify with his legal troubles and they like sneakers. Hey, that's fucked up.
I was about to bring that up.
Stop
that shit is racist shit, bro.
Okay.
Well,
that shit is fucked up.
I mean,
this was written, the Griot staff. I don't know who wrote this, but that's written by people who already don't like Trump. His legal troubles.
The Griot is definitely a black media organization.
That's why we like Trump, because he has legal troubles and they like sneakers.
No, but he said that. But that's a quote.
Yeah, that's it. He said that.
Yeah, I saw this in the video
because of his legal woes. Well, okay.
He said they like me more because of my legal.
We don't know.
No, I saw the video. He was riffing. He was talking. He was up on stage chit chatting, and he was like, "Yeah, well, they like me more." They
that's
like me more.
That's a pretty good Trump voice.
They like me more now.
Yeah.
Say they, and he also said, they've been put through a lot. They've been put through a lot.
Yeah.
And they can relate.
So in and out of court, baby mama after baby's mama. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like, I mean, it is true, man. Like, I don't know. Now, I mean, just asked earlier, like, will Trump actually go to jail? He's never going to go to jail.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if these were marketed at black folks, man, because just honestly, based off the visual of the shoe, it's an ugly ass shoe. That shoe is ugly as shit.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant
I don't think any black person gonna look at that shoe and be like, I like those. I want to wear those. I think it was more like
irrelevant how the shoe looks. It's irrelevant how the shoe looks. It is marketed towards black people because they spend money.
I think it was marketed more at a culture than a
shoe.
specific race of people. That's what I would
For
believe, because
hot top
evidence
for
by
hot top.
the fact that Fat Joe bought a pair, and Fat Joe is not black.
He is one
That's
person.
not. He's a
Fat Joe.
sneakerhead.
Okay, well, he's not the
He
only.
collected it for collectors' purposes. He
I
didn't collect.
wonder how
He
many-
literally said, "I can't stand Trump.
If
I
we
hate
can
that
bring- and he
dude,
still
but I
the
bought
shit,
these for my collection." That was a quote in the interview.
I would still argue he ain't black. And I wonder, out of the 1,000 pairs,
He's
I
not
wonder
black.
what percentage are black people. I wonder who they were, because I just think it's hard.
I wonder
If we were to find
When
that
you come into the
statistic,
realm of sneakers, I think it's hard to differentiate who I'm going at, because everybody loves sneakers is a culture, bro. Like, people follow it like anime. They follow it like TV shows. Like, they know about the new Retro 9s releasing next May on Nike. It's only going to be 500 pairs. I got to get in. You got to get on your waiting list. You get emails. Like, it's a
And
whole
there's iPhone
following.
people who do that
Like,
shit too.
dude,
it's hard to say who it was for, because
when you say everybody, who do you mean?
what do you mean?
Because I know of a very large group of people who don't care for sneakers.
Yeah, I mean, I know of a very large group of people that
group of
don't
people.
care about anime, but we do. You know, it has to fit certain niches, but there is a following.
What group of people are you talking about when you say everybody loves sneakers? Like, are you talking like
I know a sneakerhead who's black. I know another sneakerhead who's white. All right, this dude.
Those are just
Does he
two
have a
people.
fade?
Those are two people.
Yeah, that's two people. But you can't say you know everybody who likes anime. We might know a few friends that like anime.
No. But
Did your white sneakerhead friend have a
You don't
fade?
know everybody
I'm
who's
saying-
in a culture.
But I'm saying
Look
I
on-
know. I'm saying I know.
Go.
I know almost certainly of a very, very, very extremely large group of people on this earth, on this planet, that don't care for sneakers. You want to know who that group of people is? Women.
Asian.
Women don't
Oh,
fucking
women.
care about sneakers.
Or
They care
True.
about shoes. They
True.
care about shoes. Now, I'm not saying
They're-
all women don't care about sneakers, but I'm saying that a lot of women don't give a fuck about sneakers. It's a male dominated
Interest. Yeah.
interest. Thank you. It's a male dominated
so, yeah.
interest.
Mhm.
So it's not everyone that loves sneakers. It's specific groups of people that love sneakers, and then we're narrowing it down to just male here, and we're narrowing it down to just black people here, because statistically they spend the most money on sneakers.
Yeah, I don't.
And
I don't
Trump released a
I would
high
say
top fade. That's not for MAGA people.
No,
Look at how fast those
It's
shoes
just
sold
not.
out. You know what I mean? Like,
Huh?
look at how fast those shoes sold out. You know,
It's only
Like, look at how fast
1,000
they were
there's
gone.
only 1,000.
from a president or former president.
and
It's
like I'm
only
saying,
1,000.
I wonder what the
They-
percentage of people that bought those shoes retail.
They released
was black.
less
Hey,
of the.
if
They
they're
released about the
marketing-
same amount of the new iPhone.
Yeah, the little
what
I
do you
saw
call
that.
it?
Yeah,
It was like 1,000 or something. What
Those
was it?
shits
5,000?
look cool.
Anyway, it's a limited number, and they sold out immediately.
yeah.
Most
'Cause
people don't
wanna
give a
have the
fuck about
newest-
that shit.
Yeah, most people want to have the newest thing.
If
you
they're-
know?
Most people
and-
don't care. Aren't
get
going
this.
to bother with $3,000 for VR.
And get this, if
Most
But
and
it's
get
people,
still
this,
sold out.
people that will
they're-
do.
and get this, if their marketing money went to the right place, then you want to answer the answer to your question is black people. Black people were the people that spent the most money on those sneakers. If the marketing budget went to the right place, and if they did their marketing, if their marketing strategy was legit, then black people were the people that spent the most money on those sneakers.
Mm.
Or if you want to, by extension, urban culture.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Like, it's hard when you join a realm like sneakers. It's a certain it's comparable to anime, right? Like, there's no race of people that specifically like anime. You know, like, so it's the same with sneakers almost, man, because they're
It's
collectors.
not about
items.
specifically.
But-
It's not like for anime. It's not about specifically liking, but it's about like preference, right? Like a stronger preference for anime, right? Like anime is very much ingrained in Black culture in a myriad of ways, right? But it's also ingrained in Asian culture. It's also
I think it's
in
comparable with
Indian
sneakers.
culture, which is Asian. But like,
I think it's comparable with sneakers. Like, you just don't.
How many?
Don't know.
But it also is different. Like, because we're talking about collectors, right?
yes,
Or sneaker.
Like, it will be collectors. There's not a lot of like. There's a very specific demographic. I feel like for anime collectors, right? People who own large volumes of
manga,
all animes.
Hard to say nowadays because a lot of it is streaming. You have a whole library on your TV.
So we're not talking about collectors. If they're just streaming, they're not collectors.
So there's collectors, but I don't know if collectors make up the vast majority of people who engage and watch anime. You know what I mean? Same with sneakerheads. Like, I can be a sneakerhead and not buy Trump shoes.
If they only release 1,000 of a specific anime,
and they will never release it again, and there's the only 1,000 on the planet,
and it's like $500.
People buy.
How many of particular? How many of what groups? But what group is gonna buy that anime? You think
Wu-Tang made that one?
Is it black people? Would that be marketed to black people? I don't think so.
Because it was the only one in existence. People like Rarity. Martin Shkreli.
He bought it because he's a billionaire.
Yeah, but he didn't give a shit about the Wu-Tang album. He bought it because it was the only one in existence. I want what's rare.
Do you think that single Wu-Tang album was going to be marketed to black people? Would you think RZA thought a black person was going to buy this $1 million album?
I thought based upon RZA being a hip hop artist in Genesis, I thought.
Do you think RZA thought a black person?
You got to think about where the money is at, and you got to think about what the money is marketed towards. You got to think about that.
And he took the money from the highest bidder, who was Martin Shkreli, and hey, more power to him. But I think when you start getting down to sneakers, it's very I don't know. Maybe they sat down and said, hey, let's come up with something that black people will love. But I don't know if that's. I mean, they have to be smarter than that. I think they thought, man, we're going to come out with a limited edition of these sneakers, and they're going to sell like hotcakes to whoever, black, white, whoever is willing to pay. And they're relatively inexpensive. So
what if black people was Donald Trump's weakest demographic for his campaign?
And he wanted a way to try to get them back.
Probably black campaign. Probably black, but is the black vote?
No. I'm asking, what if? I'm asking, what if black people was his weakest demographic and he needed to reach out to them? And say you're a racist who only knows people by a stereotype. How would you try to reach out to that particular group?
Well, if that's the case, then he could have came out with a fried chicken brand. He could have came out with some cream of wheat with him on the box. Now, black folks had the old Uncle Joe's cream of wheat box with the Uncle Joe, Uncle Ben, or whatever it is. He could have had his face on a box of rice. Or Aunt Jemima, he could have put his face in a bottle of syrup or something. Could have came out with Trump bottles for syrup. You know what I mean? Like anything. He didn't have to be a shoe. Or he could have came out with any black video. He could have came out with a video. He could have came out with a video of him eating a piece of watermelon with a bucket of fried chicken next to it. I mean, any of those, like you get
you can't be so overt. You cannot be so overt.
With true. We're also talking about plausible deniability of being racist.
When you decide to come out with a sneaker, he understand the value, man. I don't know that this sneaker is going to have, right? And it's not just so that black people can, like you said, you got to go where the money is, right? Who has the most wealth? I mean, if you're going to, if I'm marketing a rare shoe to someone,
not about the wealth.
You would market it to a lower class because the shoes weren't that expensive, and it's a shoe. It's people are going to buy it regardless of what
he priced it. He priced it the price of a high value shoe, right? Also, what was the amount they sell it for? $300?
$300?
$399.
Yeah, like that's the price of a high value shoe that won't bankrupt the person, but for a sneakerhead, who will go get, right? And most sneakerheads are
black. Stop it, Juice. Stop. Y'all can't say most sneakerheads are black, bro. That's ridiculous. That's like saying that most anime people who watch anime are black. We don't know. It's too much.
That's not the same.
Too much of a
we don't have a precedent that says most black people watch anime. We don't have that precedent
to the person, bro. There could be a white guy that owns as many pairs of shoes as 100 black guys, you know? So how do you say, like, I don't know. Sneakers is too personal to the person to say whether it's a black, like whether black people spend, because man, there are guys
personal to the person.
As far as what you like, as far as what you like, the pair of shoes. If you see a pair of shoes, you like them or you don't.
But I'm pretty sure.
Personal.
I'm pretty sure. You know? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, of course. But I'm pretty sure.
So that has nothing to do with black or white or Hispanic.
I'm pretty sure at some point down the line that you have the same fucking pair of sneakers that Kaiman has, or you have the same pair of sneakers that I have. But it might be a little too specific there, but like
we can't say that white people don't have.
You have the same pair of sneakers in your house right now as someone else on the planet. As several people, maybe several hundred people, maybe several thousand people on the planet. Personal taste is personal taste, but it's all readily available to everyone. It just so happens,
and I think
that statistically, black people are the ones to spend the most money on sneakers in this country.
I don't know. I guess we'd have to let me Google this. I think this is kind of up to the person, right? Like, do you think that black people spend? Because I forgot these guys' name on YouTube, man. They got
statistics. You just gotta have access to them.
They wouldn't show the location of where they were, right? It was like now this guy, he was part of the culture, like I would say hip hop culture, right? He was a younger guy. He didn't look black, definitely light skinned. I guess she could be classified as black. There was another like Hispanic looking guy. These dudes buy rare shoes. That's their business. Their business is to go online, Nike, Adidas. They buy rare limited edition shoes and they resell them, like I was saying earlier.
Of course.
And they have like their apartment. They rented out an apartment. I forget these guys' name, man. Was it like the sneaker warehouse or something? It's on YouTube. And like they got a whole apartment building where they just sell shoes online, like random pairs of Dunks and rare collector's edition Dunks. I don't know if they got any Trump sneakers because this was some years ago that I was watching.
There are people that resell rare sneakers out of vans.
They'll buy the shoes for $1,000 and resell them for $5,000. You know, that's like that's their business. You know,
that's a business.
So
I mean, you heard of sneaker con?
I think that is too personal. Like you said, personal taste is personal taste. I think shoes are too personal to the individual to classify who is willing to spend money on them over someone else. I mean, that's just me, right? Like Fat Joe is Hispanic and bought them. So
yeah, sure.
Maybe they sat down when they decided to come out with this shoe and they said, hey, what's the best way we can get black people to like us?
Again,
I think they sat down and said, what's a way we can garner support and attention from the younger crowd? What better way than to come out with a sneaker, right? Like look what sneakers did for Kanye's career. Without the Yeezys, Kanye's net worth probably goes down a couple $100 million. You know what I'm saying? Like, so Kanye is not Kanye without Yeezys. You know,
I think you're putting too much weight into the fact that Fat Joe is, as a non-black person, bought the sneakers. So there's 1,000 of these shoes. You have your one Fat Joe, but then you have 999 other people. The majority of those people would probably be black people if the shoes were affordable.
That's impossible to say.
In the sense that it is. We don't know. We don't know. But the factor that we do know that you keep bringing up is that Fat Joe bought a pair of sneakers, right? But Fat Joe is just one person of the 1,000 that owns those sneakers because they're all gone, right?
Also,
now, what's to say that one black person bought 10 of those sneakers and then are trying to resell those maybe at some point down the line? Or what's not to say that 500 people were black people, which is the majority, because that's half of the people that bought those shoes, and then everybody else is a different race.
Why would I release a shoe to market towards people that already don't like me? You know,
like, to try to get them to like you.
Money.
I wouldn't
try to get them to like you, and you need money.
If
Huh?
if this group of people don't like me and I come out with a shoe, I wouldn't buy them just off the principle that they're yours.
Why
If they're
not get them
ugly,
to like?
it's not like
Why
it's
not?
not like they even look good.
Why not get them
I
to
don't-
like you? Well, that's a personal preference. That's your personal preference. That is your
I
opinion.
just don't understand the logic of marketing to people that hate
Because here he doesn't really care, and he's trying to get black people into him.
you. This was
Because
a
But
bad
he doesn't
maybe
really care
one
to
day-
actually reach out to them.
Because maybe one day he needs
It's a
us
stereotype.
needs us to bolster his maybe second campaign
If it was me, I would
to
market
get us
at
on his side.
Asians or Hispanics. Aren't they overtaking the black population as far as percentage? You know what I'm saying? Like I would market
Huh?
towards a higher
I don't
percentage of
know
the
what.
population. Black people are no longer the minority majority in this country, right? Isn't that true? I thought it was Hispanics now. So
Okay.
if I'm going after a voter base, I would market towards Hispanics. You know, if
But he
it's me.
didn't.
But he
He released a sneaker.
He really. How do you know he
Marketed to
didn't?
black
They're not, a Hispanic guy that we know of bought a pair.
again.
What do you mean
it's
he
just-
didn't
it's
market
just a
towards
one
Also,
guy.
also, what
Okay,
is
that's
what
fine.
is
That's the
Fat
one
Joe
example
known
I
for?
have, but I can't point
What is
anybody.
Fat Joe known for?
Brought it
Is
up.
he
I'll bring it
known?
up.
Is Fat Joe known for his Latin music?
No,
Is Fat
known
Joe
for his hip-hop
known
music.
for? Is
That's
he known
fine,
for his
but
hip
that
hop
has nothing to
music?
do with his
So,
race.
what culture would Fat Joe probably be more
It has nothing to do
into?
with his race.
and
It has nothing to do with his
What do
race.
you mean?
He's Hispanic.
His hip hop culture
he's
has
Hispanic.
nothing to
but
do with his race.
Yes, because he could have been white. Fat Joe could have been white and still been in hip hop culture.
He's
He's
not
from
white,
New
though.
York. He's not
That's
white.
fine.
Also, it doesn't matter if he's white because he's still. If it was Eminem,
Right.
Right.
it would be the same. What culture are we talking about?
Hip hop culture.
We're talking about hip hop culture.
And hip hop culture is what?
Majority is. Say it. Say
What-
it.
okay,
Just say it. Just say it.
But the one example you're saying the majority is black, but the one example we're talking about is Hispanic, and we're talking about who
So?
am I marketing towards
That's
for
an
a
anecdote.
shoe?
It's a single person anecdote. It's
If
irrelevant.
I'm gonna market towards a base who is not the majority minority, I'm not going to market towards black people because y'all's vote is not as strong as me capturing someone else's.
I don't
And
know.
I don't want to market towards a group.
whoa.
I'm not going to market towards a group that hates me. Like, if you want to buy goodwill with the black
That was
community,
Hillary Clinton's problem
a
in
sneaker is not the
2016.
way to do it. That might be a little tone deaf. I don't know. I don't know.
I
All this
agree
is-
it is
it's all
tone deaf.
opinion based. It's all opinion based. This is a good conversation though. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. What else, one?
I'll put it that way.
So
We're gonna go to
so like
Ahmad
no, yeah, it was about that was what I was gonna say. Like I know
man,
I know we're
I know last week-
3 hours in
3
now.
hours.
Look, last week y'all were
Hey,
planning on.
I blame it
having
on the
2-hour
time
cast.
conversation.
Last week
But
y'all were
if-
planning on having a 2-hour cast because Frank had a meeting. It's like, hey man, promise 2 hours, man. 2 hours, like man, bullshit. Man, I ain't gonna do 2 hours.
So y'all lie.
We gonna get
Yeah,
the
I
rolling
knew.
and talking.
Yeah, I
and-
knew. I had a little bit of a feeling, so I was like, let me not chance it because we would have been here till 1 a.m., which is
Bro,
close enough.
get the rolling and talking. And next thing you know,
Shit,
it's
yeah.
at 3 hours, 38 minutes. You're like, damn. Yeah, no doubt, man. But it's always interesting conversation, man. Like it's always interesting conversation with you fellas, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Them sneakers
That's
are
why we
ugly
do
as heck.
this.
First thing I
These
saw,
guys are ugly,
first
man.
thing that came to my mind when I saw them sneakers was like, they're ugly. Like, what the fuck, Tony?
They're so gold. It's not even gold. It's like pewter.
It's like not even funny. It's like, why are you?
Dude,
Is this a joke?
Look at that shit.
Pewter gold.
Hey, excuse me 1 second. Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Fool's gold. Yeah, we could do the am I the asshole next. So let me refill. Let's take a break. Let me refill my
Okay.
fucking coffee cup.
Okay. I'll take a break for a second myself.
Ah, damn it, my hot water's not even hot no more.
Welcome to the Intelligent Idea Topic Podcast.
Yo, my bad, fellas. Let's step out for a second. Dang. All right. So, yo, can you hear me, Frank?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Juice. You muted, Juice? Can't hear you. No, I can't hear you. Maybe it's me. Can you hear him, Frank?
I thought he was playing. I can't hear him. You're muted, dude. Unmute yourself. Can you hear us? There you go. Wait. Nope. You're still muted. Can't hear you. No, I can't hear nothing. I'm thinking he's playing.
No, I can't hear you. Dude, one more segment. Okay, 20 more minutes, man. We can do it. Am I the asshole? Come on.
Man, I don't know. This one's,
I knew last week we weren't gonna keep the 2 hours. I was like, man, hell, I don't see it.
I mean,
because we start out with one thing and then it rolls on to the next topic. You're like, okay, all right.
I mean, I wanted to join, but that 8 a.m. meeting I knew I was not going to make it. And it was actually an important one because it was a kickoff for a client. Mm-hmm. So if it was like a status meeting or something like that, then I would have been like, okay, if I don't make it, then I can have my engineer just handle it. But it was a kickoff for the client, so like all these people were going to be there. So I was like, I gotta make it because I was running it. So I didn't want to take that chance. Much as I like talking with y'all, I didn't want to take that chance. And honestly, a lot did come up.
You had to wake up refreshed. Like I can't be up on a podcast at 2 a.m. and whatnot.
Yeah, and then go to sleep. Go to sleep at 3, and wake up at 7. Wake up at 7. Take my son, and get my son ready for school, and then be on a meeting by 8. Not gonna happen. So.
Yeah, look, I felt so bad before we decided to cast. I told you guys I was going to the movies. So I told my son, I went in that room, told my son, hey man, get dressed, put some clothes, and go see Doom. Man, you didn't have to cancel. You didn't have to cancel. Like it's your birthday, man. You do whatever. Oh, no, it's cool. We'll go tomorrow. Okay. And because we are, we didn't get to do it last week, man. We got to do a cast, keep some content flowing. So my son came in the room. I was talking to him pre-cast with Juice, and he came in, he was all dressed. I said, oh, man, my bad. I forgot to tell you, man. Damn.
Oh, no.
Frank, don't you miss the golden age of Marvel and Disney? Like, I mean, man, there's no Marvel movies this year, right? Is that correct?
Deadpool.
Man,
that's the only one.
We don't have anything to look forward to, man. Like,
well,
I guess you got your sci-fi epics. Godzilla vs. Kong is coming, and Dune tomorrow, and
originally this year we were supposed to have 5 Marvel movies.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to have 5 Marvel movies and something like 9 TV shows in this one in 2024. But the shakeups and all of that stuff. I'm hoping that this will be the chance for them to reset. We got Fantastic Four on the way. They're slowly bringing the X-Men into the fold. So we'll see what they do with that. And then they're going to replace Kang with somebody. So
I would have preferred that they scrap the future projects in the hopes that they realize that this isn't working and we need to maybe think about pivoting and changing direction of where we want.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's what they're doing right now.
Which they probably started to do with Kang, because he was interesting. I'll give him that. Kid that Jonathan Majors with Kang was interesting. I was interested. I didn't like how he was kind of handled at the end of Ant-Man. I didn't buy Ant-Man beating him, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there's no way.
What pulled me back in was that like arena of Kangs at the end, that little cut scene, the after credit scene. It kind of just pulled me back in. I was like, man, like imagine the possibility of this. It's like Kang could be infinite, that could be infinite.
Did you watch Loki season 2?
Not yet. I watched season 1.
There's more of him in that.
Jonathan Majors or Kang?
Yeah, both. There's more. There's more Kang. There's more Kang.
So was that because didn't that release after all his legal trouble? Did they have all that stuff like maybe recorded from last season?
It was before. Yeah. They filmed that way before the legal stuff started happening. So
is it good? Loki season 2?
Yes, it is. It's very good. Yeah. It's very, very good. I
remember being interested season 1. The whole time police. Okay, this is cool. Where are they going to go?
Yeah. And the thing about Loki, it seems like Loki is the only TV show that actually ties in properly with whatever they have going on in the MCU. It's like all the other shows are just kind of there, whereas Loki actually is like a legit connector to like the movies and stuff like that. So you should definitely check out Loki season 2. It's really good. It's really, really good.
Same with WandaVision, man. I remember giving you guys so much flack before I saw WandaVision.
WandaVision is
man. I was like, why do we need this crap, man? We don't need this crap, man. It was crazy because like it ended up being one of the best shows on Disney Plus, and it tied into Marvel. Like it was. I said, man, this would have been a cool if they would have put. I know they wanted the content for Disney Plus, the platform, but if they would have put WandaVision series, kind of made that into like a trilogy or a 4-part movie along with Doctor Strange, the movie Doctor Strange, like they could have spun that into a whole saga over the span of a year, like.
Did you guys hear me?
Spun that into, yep.
Yeah. All right. I don't know what's going on with other jump, but.
All right. Did you watch Loki season 2, Juice?
No, I haven't yet. It's definitely on my list.
It's actually very good. It's actually very good, and I was telling D that there's more Kang in that, so there's something to look forward to if you want more Kang. But that was all.
They leaving you like cliffhangers though, because I'm be pissed.
Yes.
If it's like
yeah. There's a major thing that happens at the end. I'm not going to say anything about it.
They're probably just not going to address.
Maybe they will. I know when I get off of here, I'm going to start my Euphoria journey, man. I already got it pulled up. All I got to do is press play when we get off.
And if you just remember to be in that place, trust me, dude.
I'm gonna cut the light off and cover up in a blanket. Yeah.
Just get ready to be depressed.
It's good though. It's a good show.
It's a really good show. It's a really good show, but like it's just like heartbreaking to watch, like all the stuff that happens to these kids, man. Like, so
that's what the drama is, man. Like that. Anytime I consume a movie or a show, as long as it makes me feel something, like if I feel it's some type of emotion, like if I get mad, I love when shows do things like you don't see it coming, like you just totally didn't see. Damn, I did not even think that could happen.
Euphoria is not
shows like Breaking Bad.
It's not really like that kind of show. Euphoria is not really that kind of show, but it's like it's got a lot
Shock
of like
value.
shock value. Yeah, like it's just like you're we're all comfortable living in our own bubbles of what we're thinking goes on in high school, and then you see this, you're like, fuck. You know,
People do this?
So my God.
good Lord. Mon Dieu.
Like, God.
Jesus.
I was like, oh,
Damn.
hell yeah, man.
Yeah. All right.
Um,
Do you guys want to get started?
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
All right. So
God. Oh,
Welcome
Jesus.
back.
I'm nervous.
welcome back to Am I the Asshole? So this Am I the Asshole I had like down pat like weeks ago, but I'm gonna try to remember as I go. I think I got most of it though. So anyway, so this Am I the Asshole is a story about a man who is a widow. He is survived by his two. He's sorry, not he is. His wife passed away about 6 years ago, and he didn't go into details about how she passed away, but she passed away in a car accident. It was a very bad car accident, and she died from it. She is survived by him and their two children, one boy, one girl. The boy is now 21 and the girl is now 16. The boy's name is Eric and the girl's name is Liz or Elizabeth, but I think those are fake names. But those are the names that were given. So we'll just go by those. So Eric and Elizabeth would have been 15 and 10 respectively when the mother passes. So the man doesn't give his name, so I'm just gonna call him the guy. He's living his life. His kids are growing. About 3 years after his wife passes away, he gets together with this woman. Her name is Amanda, and Amanda seems to be really cool. She gets along with the kids. She's very supportive of him, but she seems a bit insecure at times with certain things. Excuse me. So about a year into the relationship, they're having a conversation, just the two of them, the man and Amanda, and somehow the conversation leads to her asking him a particular question, which he was kind of a little like, what? So she asks him, hey, if your wife weren't dead, would you still be with me? And he's like, huh? And he didn't know what to say to that because that's a very weird question to ask, very strange question to ask. And so he's like, he didn't want to like put too much stock into it, and he just said, I don't believe in like alternate realities or possibilities. I acknowledge what happened, and she's not here now, and I'm here with you now. So I just want to keep it at that. And so she liked that answer. And so, yeah, okay, everything goes as it's supposed to. About a year after that, he proposes to her, and she says yes. So they are engaged at this point. So, going to their going to the events of their engagement party, several things have happened. The son Eric has moved out to his own place while he is about to graduate college, and the girl Liz moves in. The girl Liz stays with her father. So now, his son moving away was a little bit of a hard time for him, but he supported his son and everything seems fine. Going to the events of the engagement party. So at the engagement party, everyone's in attendance, everyone being like his mother and father. Her parents were there too. The two kids are there, their friends, and so on and so forth. The engagement party seems fine. So at the engagement party, it's time for a toast. And at the toast, the mom decides to do the first toast. And the mom tells the happy couple, she says, hey, she tells her son, she's like, I'm so glad that you found happiness with Amanda that you seem to have lost after you lost Leslie. Leslie was the dead wife. After you lost Leslie, I'm so glad that you found that happiness again, being with her. And everybody's like, oh yeah, that was sweet. And then Amanda says, well, I'd like to say something. I'm glad she's dead, or else I wouldn't be here right now. Ha 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 ha. Here, cheers. And everybody fucking everything goes silent, right? Like the energy shifts immediately. And she doesn't realize for like about 10 whole seconds that she said something extremely fucked up, right? She basically just said that like she's glad that his wife died so that she could slide in and take her spot. And everyone is like, oh shit, the kids are kind of freaking out. Like Liz, the younger daughter, is like crying like profusely, and there's like this awkward silence. And then she finally realizes after about 10 seconds that something's wrong. And then she says, she's like, oh, haha, that, let's everybody just let's enjoy the party. Why is it so silent in here? Or some shit like that. And things start to happen where like everybody starts to leave, because at that point it was time to leave anyway, but everybody starts to like run out of there because the energy was just so fucked. His parents leave, her parents leave, all the friends leave, everyone leaves. The two kids, the daughter is so upset, Liz is so upset that she tells her dad, like, I'm gonna go stay with Eric for a while. And the dad, like the man, realizes like this is wrong, like this is crazy, like why did she say something like that? But the fact of the matter is he didn't say anything to her out loud in front of everybody. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna come to the first stopping point. The am I the asshole here is he's seriously considering breaking off the engagement with her based off of that statement, based off of what was said at the party. So what do you guys think? Is he the asshole for wanting to break off the engagement with her based off of what was said at the party? There's more to the story, but I want to know what you guys think.
I don't think he should break it off. She just had a little slip of the tongue, a lapse in judgment. She's just a little insensitive, I don't think you should break off the engagement. If that's the case, you didn't really love her in the first place,
Interesting.
And perhaps she is right that she's only there because your wife died, So just a little insensitive.
Interesting. A little insensitive.
I would kind of agree. Like, everybody's had slip ups. That's definitely an effing big one. And I definitely think that he should say something like immediately, like, yo, not cool. What the fuck? So it's kind of like if he didn't, Anyway, that's not the question. So but I would say that just breaking it off, they've been dating for how many years?
So at this point, they would have been dating for 5 years.
5 years.
Engaged for one of the 5. But sorry, no, excuse me, not 5. 2 years. 2 years. Engaged for about one of the years, yeah. Because they met 3 years in.
Okay, even still, like 3 years is 2 years. It's enough time. Like, I hope there's other reasons they're together than this like crazy. I think
For the record, he says that, like, you know, he really likes her and she's really amazing and she's really good with her with his kids. Excuse me. And, you know, like, he doesn't see any problems. Like, you know, he didn't see any problems except for that one conversation about a year in, and then the engagement party.
So just 2 slip-ups, and it's passable. I would say if he did break it off, then he would be an asshole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll continue.
No, let me say your phrase "interesting" definitely makes me wonder if interesting. Okay. All right.
Well, no, I'm just saying interesting. So moving forward. So this is after the party, right? This is like an update. So after the party, so we left that the daughter Liz went to live with her brother because she didn't want to be around her father for a particular reason, and you probably guess what that is. But it stated that she was upset with him, and she at this point she hadn't spoken to him for about 2 weeks.
So she was staying there for a while.
Yeah, he's been trying to reach out to her to get her to come home or to talk, and she's not having it. So what the man does is that he basically hedges all of his bets, and he calls his son, and he's like, "Son, listen, I need to talk to you, and I need to talk to your sister. We need to talk about what happened, and I want to clear the air, and I want to know everything that you guys are thinking, and I want you to know everything that I'm thinking about doing." So the son agrees reluctantly. So they meet at the son's house, all 3 of them, and they start talking. And so it turns out that the daughter, Liz, is not talking to him because he felt like that she felt like that he disrespected their dead mother by not defending Leslie when Amanda said that bullshit. Paraphrasing what she said. Mm-hmm. And you know, it kind of like the guy kind of knew, like understood, and he understood, and he's like, yeah, and this is his daughter, you know, and Amanda is not related to them yet at this point, right? So also he talks to his son, and he's like, "Son, what do you think?" You know, like, because he tells him, he's like, "I'm thinking of breaking off the engagement with her," and his son tells him, he's like, "Look, I don't want you to, like, you're an adult, and you're an adult, and I'm an adult, and I'm not from one adult to another. I'm not one to tell you how to live your life or what relationship that you want to get into. Mm-hmm. But I will tell you that one of the reasons that I moved out was because of her." And then things start opening up, and the dad's like, whoa, what? What do you mean? What happened? And so his son starts to go into a story about how Amanda, apparently, when he was about to go away, move out for college, and he suggested the idea to both him and Amanda. Amanda immediately was very interested in this idea, and she started to become super supportive of him moving away and moving farther away than he wanted to. So he wanted to move to I don't know, Alexandria, but she wanted him to move to like Texas, you know. So she wanted him away. Exactly. She wanted him away. Now, a similar thing happened. Apparently, it came to light also. A similar thing happened with Liz when Liz was thinking about going away to school. Amanda immediately became very supportive. Started calling her clandestinely, saying like, hey, these are the schools maybe you should try to consider, or I have an in at this other school that's really far away from where we live now. And this was news that the dad did not know about, that man did not know about whatsoever, right? And he, again, remember I said that the when his son moved away, that it was very tense between them, but he supported his son, but he had no idea that Amanda was working behind the scenes to drive him further away, drive a wedge. So after all that said, everyone is reconciled. He sees his kid's point of view. He, of course, they're his children, so he takes their point of view very seriously. And he decides to break up with Amanda. I'm going to stop here. Is he still the asshole? Think about everything that was said. Think about his kids, and think about what she did. Think about what she said before, and think about what she's doing behind his back. Is he still an asshole? Or as far as what you guys thought, you guys think he is, but what do you think now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
There's more. There's more, but just
it's tricky. I think he's
especially because he's deciding to do it. Especially because he is deciding to do it.
To me, I would call their love from the very beginning into question. You know, which he might not be an asshole from the outside looking in. Maybe between themselves, he's an asshole. You know, I would question their relationship as a whole at this point. Like, did you guys ever really care about each other the way you thought you did? You know? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Not sure yet. I want to hear the crux of the story. I feel like this stone is just building and building, bro. I'm like salivating over it, bro.
I'm torn. Like, I feel like, you know what? If my kids, yeah, I would say
think about it.
I would say no. Like, that's definitely a red flag if she's like doing moves behind your back and like you didn't really know about.
Trying to drive your kids away. And
like one, I
kind of
understand
succeeding
the
with one of them.
Yeah, like I understand the territorialness, but like at the same time, keeping it at least be forward about it or upfront about it. That kind of secretiveness for me is like a huge red flag. So I would say.
So what if, for example, she was to be honest with him, or if you were in the situation, if she were to be honest with you, and say like, hey, like how would she even put it? Like I don't even know, but like she'd be like, hey, I prefer that like we start our new lives together.
I mean, I would rather her say it up front to me, like, than just to like not, than to try to like persuade my kids to leave.
But would you do it? Like again, this is not your.
Thank you for letting me know. This is
not the mother of your children. Yeah. This is not the mother of your children. This is what would be their stepmother, right? Yeah. So like
I definitely wouldn't do it. No.
Okay.
Like, but I would like to be aware of it. And therefore, me being aware of it
makes your decision.
My son would know about it. My daughter would know about it. We would all know about it. This is her perspective. We know. But take your time. Like we're doing what we're doing, right? That's just how she feels. It's okay. But don't feel like you're being pushed out. Because if he knew, I feel like he wouldn't have allowed his son to feel like he was being pushed out and make him leave. But
true. But wouldn't you think by letting her say that and then telling your kids about that, wouldn't you think that would reinforce what like the daughter thought, for example, of like,
maybe, but
you're disrespecting our dead mother, but now you're letting her try to put these ideas into your head of driving us away,
manipulate us away from you. Yeah.
No, like I would feel like it's I don't know. Like I don't think it would. Well, if that's a wedge between them, that's fine, right? Like that's going to be her stepmom, so she's not actually going to be her mom, and there's always going to be that line there, right? As long as they're not arguing and they're not enemies, that's fine. You don't have to like each other, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to let either of you torture each other, right? So, but like just knowing is fine. Like I would be like, okay, as long as we're aware, at least you're being forward. At least you're being upfront. You're not trying to be sneaky about it, right? So, and we all are included in this, right?
Okay, so what if in this instance that you said yourself you wouldn't do it, right? You wouldn't like separate yourself from your children. But what if she came back and said, well, it's ultimatum time, rubber's meeting the road now. If you don't separate yourself with the kid from your children, I'm leaving.
Quadruple deuces.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
All right. Well, there's more to the story.
But yeah, I would say he was not the asshole for making this decision for now.
Okay. So he was, and now he's not for you. Yeah. And D, you stick to your guns. You're saying he is.
He is. Depends on the perspective, because he could not be. He could not be an asshole to her, to the wife to be, to the stepmom, but he can be an asshole from outside perception for letting this lady manipulate you and your children. You know. So,
well, the question about him being the asshole is not about the morality. It's more about he wants to break off the engagement with this woman for these things that seem to be mounting over what he's doing. So is he the asshole for wanting to break off the engagement because of the events leading up to now? That's the question.
No, he's not the asshole.
Okay. Well, okay, guys. Well, let's hear the rest of the story, I guess. So after he has a conversation with his kids, he tells them, "I'm going to do it tomorrow," right? Or it was like a few days. It was like a few days after. He's like, "I'm going to do it in a couple of days. I'm going to break off the engagement with her. You guys have made me see the error of my ways. I am so sorry for what happened. I'm so sorry for not defending your mother. It will never happen again," so on and so forth, right? So I'm going to do it in like 2 days. So 2 days later, he says that she sleeps in because they both work from home. She sleeps in. She wakes up at around 11. So he gets up in the morning. He makes breakfast for himself, and then the first thing he does is that he calls his mom. And because if you remember, his mom was the one that sort of set the events into motion. So he calls his mom and he tells her about, everything that happened, how he felt, and that he's going to break it off with her. And the first thing his mom says is she starts to apologize. And, like a good mom would, she also says, maybe you're rushing into things. Don't, just think about it. Because the mom apologizes because the mom felt that she was at fault for the exact same reason that I just said. She felt that if she hadn't said what she said, right, if she hadn't said what she said, then Amanda wouldn't have said what she said. And that would have been, all good, right? But if Amanda didn't say what she said, then all this other stuff wouldn't have started to come to light. So there's the rub. So after hearing his mom's apology, he's like, "You don't need to apologize. I was angry at you for a little bit," because he thought the same thing too. He's like, "Man, if she didn't say what she said," but he's like, "You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. Amanda is the one that should apologize, if anything." And again, by this point, Amanda has not apologized for anything because Amanda has felt that she has done nothing wrong.
Oh, so, my God. Yeah.
Yeah. So
definitely.
There's more. so so he finishes speaking with his mom, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna do it in like an hour or so when she gets up. So he waits till she wakes up. He already has breakfast ready for her, a nice gesture, I guess, before the end. And then he's like, he's almost like live tweeting this, right? Like, because he's saying on Reddit, he's like, all right, she got up at like 10:50, but I'm not gonna like do it right away just as she got up. I'm gonna give her a chance to eat breakfast first, and then get her settled. Then she gets settled in, and then I'm gonna do it right before lunch. And everybody's like, "Yo, let us know how it goes." So around the time that everything happens, she eats breakfast, she settles in, and then, all right, it's go time. So he's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you." And she's like, "Okay, let's talk." So he sits her down, and he goes through everything. He's like, I felt like what you said that night at the engagement party was absolutely inappropriate. That is my dead wife. It doesn't matter that she is, if she is or isn't here. You do not disrespect my wife for any reason. And because of that, and I also talked to my kids, and my kids told me about what you've been trying to do, that you've been trying to drive them away from me. I feel like it's best that we end this, engagement, that we stop this. And she was like, she was a little like, wait, what? And then he's like, I feel like we should end this engagement. And then she's like, you're not serious. What did I do wrong? And he's like, I just told you. You disrespected my dead wife in front of my entire family at the engagement party. And it was absolutely inappropriate. And we need to end this. I want you gone by the end of the day today. And then she fucking flips out, right? Like, she fucking like starts.
He did all the butcher knives.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't read that.
He do that shit in the kitchen.
He fucking
danger-proof the house.
I don't know, but she fucking flips out. Like, talking like
more soft,
throwing everything everywhere, trying to swing at him, and like he's just like, he's just bobbing and weaving and moving. He's avoiding everything. And then
his mother was there.
No. His mother was at her house. He called his mom. So after a while, she calms down, and they get to a point where they can have a conversation again. And the last thing that she says before she takes her shit and goes is that oh my God, this is the fucking worst. The last thing that she says before she goes is, it doesn't matter. She says, it doesn't matter. She says, your stupid fucking wife doesn't fucking matter to me. I didn't do anything wrong, and you're a fucking asshole for breaking up with me. And she grabs some of her shit and she leaves. And
and they all lived happily ever after. They escaped a crazy bitch.
The end, right? Like, the end.
Jesus Christ.
So the epilogue is that, like, he calls his kids after it's all said and done. I think he said the whole thing took about an hour to wrap up, and he calls his kids and he's like, listen, I did it. She's no longer in our lives. And he's like, Liz, feel free to stay with your brother for as long as you need, but I'm going to need you to come home at some point. And she's like, I'm coming home tomorrow. And so that resolves itself. And he's like, son, I know you moved away partially because of her, and I just want you to know that you have a place to, if you want to come back home too, or if you want to visit or whatever, you're your own man. But I want you to know that you can come and talk to me, and it resolves itself very nicely. Yeah. And I honestly think that this dude is a stand-up dude with like how he handled everything. He also states that he felt like he was a coward for not speaking up immediately right at the party, but sure. I think maybe he's just one of those people that maybe he needed a moment to kind of process. To process. And before like retaliating, like as he should have. So that's perfectly acceptable, I think. But I personally feel that he was not the asshole in any way, shape, or form throughout this entire story.
Yeah, I'd agree, man. Like, maybe, look, if it was, sorry,
I think he did everything appropriately. I was just gonna say I think he did everything appropriately. Like the first instance, he was in shock, but the thing is this fucking bitch, Amanda, like you started seeing this coming from when they had that initial conversation where she was like, oh, if your wife wasn't around, would you still be with me? What kind of fucking question is that? No, he wouldn't be with you. The answer is no. Because he'd still be alive and he would still be married to her. Like, what kind of fucking question is that? Like,
you could brush that off as like maybe an insensitive joke. Maybe he thought she was joking when she asked. Like, what? Like,
I think that was an extremely insensitive joke. I wouldn't take that joke. I'd be like, what kind of fucking question is that? Like,
you would raise your eyebrow at it. What?
Like literally, I would not be. No, of course not. But like, but I think he answered the question diplomatically enough. He's like, look, what happened. I don't believe in like alternate scenarios. And she was heavily implying like, oh, I'm better than your wife this entire fucking time. I'm better than her because I'm here now and she's not. And I'm insecure as fuck. Like it's just like, nah. Like I felt like he.
I can kind of understand her wanting. I can.
You cut out for a second.
Yeah, kind of freezing.
Good.
Yeah, we all did.
No,
I think. I think like I can kind of understand. I can kind of understand her want to be like important in his life and wanting to replace the love that he had for his wife and feeling the love she thinks she deserves from him. I can kind of understand that whole side of it, right? Like she wants to be.
I feel like she. So
but that's going to take time. It doesn't just happen. He was married. His wife passed.
I feel like with that though, even like with the way you said it, I feel like that there's a lot of hubris there, right? And that she should not strive to be the most important thing in his life over his dead wife and over his fucking kids. Yes. No, she should strive to be an important part of his life, not the important part of his life, right? Like she is showing a lot of fucking balls by saying, yeah. And I feel like that was the first warning shot, right? That was the first red flag. But he kind of like that was a weird question, but I'll brush it off and I'll give the right answer. Mm-hmm. And then at the engagement party, she fucking went even more out of line. Then he's come to find out that she's trying to drive away between him and his children on the low. And then and then on top of that, what she said at the end, like, fuck your wife.
Yeah, there it is.
Like, right. fuck you. Like,
you don't say that about anybody dead. I don't know Akira Toriyama. No. I don't know any of the most annoying person who died. You don't say, well, fuck that. Well, maybe if it was
You
like,
don't speak ill of the dead.
yeah, you don't speak ill of the dead.
Maybe it depends, but in this certain situation, if you claim to love this man, you don't speak ill of his dead wife, who he obviously still cares for, and is the mother to his children. Like, if you love him, you don't say that.
Yeah,
you absolutely don't. And I feel like
because Henry Kissinger just died recently, and I was like, yeah, fuck that nigga.
Yeah,
but true.
Imagine what you're gonna be like with Trump.
Loved one.
He's gonna cuss Trump out. Fuck that motherfucker.
This nigga now.
Yeah.
But yeah, like say it was like a loved one of your loved one, then yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy to ever say that.
Right.
So yeah, I definitely she was toxic from the beginning. From that first question, the neediness in that first question,
insecurity.
Like that's like whoa, that's a little weird.
Yeah, it's just like
my eye on you.
Well,
you might let me at night if you think I'm talking to somebody else. That's the kind of crazy shit that is. It just hasn't gotten there yet, but that's the root.
Look, based off the first question, I'm not going to fault her for needing it. Some people are like that. You know, some people are needy. They need attention and they need. So the first question, I would give her a pass for that. Like, it's insensitive. It's stupid.
Which is why this was allowed to continue up to the engagement party.
Yeah.
But like the first question, it was weird, but like knowing that, yeah, that was a bit of like a warning. Like, yo, you're about to get into some shit. And I feel like he dodged the bullet eventually. You know, like eventually he realized he dodged the bullet with this. And the end, good riddance. But like it's fucking like crazy that there are people like that out there who have no respect for the past life of the person that you claim to love, right? Like that past life is a big part of shaping that person that you're supposed to love. Yeah. So you're supposed to acknowledge it, respect it, and you know, if you're curious about what happened, if you're curious about like, you know, the past life, you can ask.
But don't see this competition. Like that's crazy.
Don't poison it or try to dismiss it. You know? And it's very unfortunate that he lost his wife. And it's one of those things that like that's something that's never gonna leave him. And you know, to go and say like if your wife was still alive, would you be with me? The answer is no. The answer is no. Like easily.
I just up to being a dumb question. Like
I'm not that kind of guy. No.
And again, you're right, T. That was just the first. That was like a first. Like, huh?
You let it pass.
But like, oh, okay. You know, you let it pass.
But the announcement at the engagement party is like that's where the first real. I might not have called you out in front of all the guests, but we would have had a conversation by ourselves. Like you can't make that kind of statement about my wife.
And I would have to make her apologize to everybody else. Like the fact that she didn't apologize on her own to me is like
there was no apology. There was no apology whatsoever. She again, about 10 whole seconds of silence had passed before she decided to try to play it off as some kind of joke and like everybody should be. Why is everybody so depressed? Everybody should be partying. Like what? What? Where's the apology? Oh shit! I'm sorry. And so there were some comments too, right? There were some people saying like, "Oh, is she socially awkward? You know, is she socially awkward? Is there, you know, does she have some sort of developmental condition?
Is she evil?"
But he was telling people like, oh God.
Right, she believes kittens and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Sacrifice kittens.
Damn. She seems perfectly normal. It's just that she was just evil and manipulative, and
except for the whole manipulative thing.
It started to come out. Like it started to come out more and more, and then
finally, before the end, anytime you mess with a person's kids, man, like when you accept someone with children, you accept those children also because they're blameless. Like they don't control what happens with, a relationship. Kids are kind of innocent, and to me, that's where she would have crossed the line. You're trying to manipulate my children, away from me. Like we wouldn't even have had to get to the part where I'm break it off. I'd have broke it off with you right there. Like mentally, I'm gone already. Like, okay, this girl doesn't really love me. She's just like you said, Frank, hubris, and she's out for herself, and she only cares about what she wants, and that's selfishness. That shows selfishness.
For me personally, like one of the most endearing parts, like when me and Claudine were like dating, is that like she would actually spend time with Scarlett, and she would try to do things for Scarlett and connect with her. And even now, like she's always like asking about her and like seeing how asking about her plans and stuff like that, and it's just like they'll imagine somebody being like, oh, your child is like in the way, like like that your child is in
the way so much that like I want them to move to a completely different state,
like utter madness
across the coast almost. Say
That's
again?
Crazy.
How old were these kids?
At the current time, they are 21. The boy is 21. The girl is 16. At the time of the mother's passing, they were 15 and 10 respectively.
Mm-hmm. That would definitely bring your kids closer to their surviving parent. I will say that at least the son is kind of old enough to form his own opinion. I wouldn't like her manipulating them at all, though. Like if my son said that he's 21, I want to move here, this is what I want to do. Okay, even 16, okay, let's have a conversation about it. But you manipulating them, to me, is like that's already. We don't even have to go to no further than this.
Red flag.
To me, that's a huge red flag.
And again, he didn't know, and I did like kind of like reading between the lines, appreciate that the kids, for the sake of their father's happiness, didn't say anything to him.
Yeah, true.
About what was going on, like because they wanted their dad to be happy. So
like a well-rounded family, except for the crazy lady who tried to destroy them.
Yeah.
I think he did well. Like they're. One thing I always want to talk to my daughter and like teach my kids, like when it comes to dating, is like it's important you have lines,
Absolutely.
and you pay attention to the flags. And when lines are crossed, you mark them, and if they go too far past these points, in fact, if they pass the point, then you have to be prepared to move along and get out of that way, because that's going to be a problem later. It's not gonna end well. Like people have to be
hella important.
Engaging with somebody, you have to be very important and know those boundaries, and know ahead of time, like what you are willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept.
Yep. It's like before getting married, or before taking a big leap, like moving in together, right? Like you need to have conversations about like roles and what you're cool with, what you're not cool with, both of you, and like what you can compromise on, and super important. Like it's just like it's got, those conversations have to be had, because then if they aren't, then it's the Wild West,
right? And then you're stuck.
Y'all be finding out shit. Y'all be finding out shit, and you might be stuck together, or you might not, and things might not work out. It's just it's super important. You need to have those conversations. So and know your value, right? Know your worth. True. Know your worth, and know your worth, like for everyone in every relationship. That's something I'm really, really trying to instill into Miles, even at this age, right? Did this story say how long they were engaged? They were engaged. Probably like a month. Did it mention it at all? Month. Okay. They were. So I feel like she should have known. I feel like she should have known like the value that his children held to him if they were together any significant amount of time. Because if you were together for an amount of time, like the wife passes, the mother of my children, you would imagine with any family that would bring
the surviving parent and the children closer together. They would bond a little more, you know, maybe the children will be a little more willing to hang out with dad because mom's not here anymore, you know. And I feel like her unwillingness to even see that, and maybe I'm giving this guy too much credit. Maybe his family wasn't like that at all, but you know, for her not to be able to see that and try to manipulate the kids away, to me, that's right there, man. Like, don't mess with my kids, bro. Like, don't do it. You know.
Yep. But maybe she did see, and she was trying to. She was like, "Nope, y'all."
She didn't care.
Anyway, yeah.
Oh, she didn't care. She's like, "I need to get rid of these minions."
And I think there's something to be said for the dad wanting to be happy. I'm someone whose parent has passed, and you know, a few years go by, and the other parent starts dating again, and I know that they didn't like that the parent was dating again, and you know, it's like you don't want to be alone, you know.
Yeah.
So I could see the kids wanting to protect the dad's happiness. They saw that there were moments where he actually was happy again, and he probably went through this period of depression and loneliness. And they saw him coming out of that and was like, you know what? I'm not even going to say anything about what she's trying to do. But yeah, he's definitely not the asshole. I'm with Frank. He's not the asshole.
Agreed.
She was the asshole from the engagement party on. I give you a pass for the question, but from the engagement party on, bro, what do you? Everybody stopped in the middle of the engagement party, just stared at her after she said it. Like,
it was straight silence for a while.
You would imagine a lot of his people, his family that were there at the party knew his ex-wife, right? So they're probably like, what do you
like? They knew her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's why the atmosphere shifted the way it did. You know, like it was just like
so crazy. I'm sorry, that's crazy, bitch. That bitch toxic.
Totally plausible. It can definitely happen. Man, I definitely knew, fellas, last week we were not going to stay at the 2-hour limit, bro. It was not happening, bro. This might be a new record, you know. I like this because it was my birthday, but this might be a new record, bro, for like the longest cast. Did we ever do over 4 hours before?
I don't know if we ever hit the 4-hour mark. I know we should like probably stay on for another.
Y'all want to just hang out? Y'all just want to hang out?
4 hours. Hey, I got a topic we could discuss. Man, I gotta preface it. I gotta remember what it was actually. It's just like what do you think, or like, you know, does this comparison make sense? So it's been going around that like, man, and anyway, so I'll just say it. All right, so the idea that like guys like video games, and we all love video games because for various reasons, right? They're entertaining, they are they're engaging, right? Like we see ourselves in these characters. We kind of live vicariously through them. They look good. The story, like there's a million reasons we play video games, right? And for very similar reasons we watch movies. But there was one debate that I saw in one of the groups, which was like in the nerd groups, was that like video gaming is equivalent or similar to masturbation, essentially, where you get the endorphin high, you get the engagement, and you get the entertainment. You're focused so much on it, and then at the end, you are left with a letdown, and you are left with dang, how do they lay it out? You're left with it's kind of like a vacuum, right? Like, and also you essentially don't take anything away from it. Like, it's very rarely take anything away from spending hours playing a video game. And we're like, so the argument is that like, the argument is that like gaming to that extent is essentially the same as masturbation, right? And that like and where their argument is, so don't do it. And I'm like, that's crazy. Right?
Okay.
That's insane.
I'd like to weigh in. Can I weigh in for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, no. No.
Hard no.
No. So I think, okay, so video games, there are a lot of benefits that apply to video games. It's not the same thing as just sitting in front of a TV screen and just watching something and, you know, the whole turn your brain off kind of thing, right? Like, it's just like video games are actually, like you say, engaging, and they're interactive, and they also work parts of your brain with the problem solving aspects, with the immersion aspects. You have to focus in order to play a video game. It could be a simple ass game like a platformer, like a Mario game, or it can be a super complex game like a Dark Souls game, or like Portal or something like that, or literal like brain games, right? Brain games are there to attack certain parts of your brain so that you work them like the muscles that they are. So I think that's bullshit, because even masturbation has more benefits than, again, just sitting and watching a fucking TV show or a movie and you're just kind of like, you know, like there's no, absolutely not. It's not the same. And it's also, they're also highly ignorant of the benefits of what video games actually provide to your brain. Video games actually provide exercise to your brain in a myriad of ways. They increase your problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, and increase your knowledge in certain aspects with, like, you know, lore building and story and no. So yeah.
I was gonna play so just to play devil's advocate, right? So I agree that, like, here, I fundamentally agree with you, right? But just playing devil's advocate. So part of the argument was that, like, the whole, like, leaving and leaving with the emptiness, right? Because, like, the time and experience and, like, and it does depend on what game you're playing, right?
I was just
like,
going to
you
say
have
that.
shooters that people will throw in, and you'll mean that John spending 12 hours on Call of Duty, right? And I don't know how much of your brain is getting work there, unless maybe you're lining up to shoot something from a distance. But, like, and also, like, all of those exercises as useful, right, in your day-to-day life as maybe like sure, you're working parts of your brains, but it's arguable that, you know, when you're in a good video, right, masturbating, you're also working parts of your brains too. You're working on other parts.
And your hand and your arms.
You say build that good tricep strength. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The forearms.
The grip strength.
The grip strength.
You know what I'm saying? With that dexterity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is like a number of and also, like, you know, you don't. It's like. Anyway, yeah, just that. Like, there's a number of, like, similarities along those lines.
So we're talking. So that, why are they describing the emptiness of masturbation? This is called post-nut clarity. Like, what is with people?
Because,
like, emptiness?
They're doing it wrong. I went on a page of a person who was discussing this, y'all, and he's like one of those. He's one of those, like, hyper masculine guys. It's like, oh, you need to be in the gym all the time, and you got to eat like raw cow. I don't know, whatever the fuck. Like, you got to eat raw eggs. And shit. Like, so that's the kind of guy we're talking about. So that's what the fuck he was. That's why. But,
I can see an empty feeling. It depends on the session, the session you're having with yourself. You know what I mean? Your personal time. But I've been left feeling empty by some games. I was going to say that too, Juice. It depends on the game. Because most recently, Spider-Man 2 kind of let me down. I know that's not a popular take.
What?
But
what?
Because they showed me Harry, and he didn't turn into the Green Goblin. Like, I didn't see the Green Goblin. You know what I mean? Like, they showed Norman. I like the twist of of
hold on,
what happened
spoilers.
with
Stop.
Okay, my bad. I want to
get
spoil
to it
it.
eventually. I'm gonna get the PS5.
I like the twist of what happened with Harry, but I just don't. They didn't give the Goblin. I wanted the Goblin, so that kind of left me a little empty, a little bit. Depends on the game. What's another game that I was extremely disappointed in?
But what about? But is that because you had expectations of him becoming Green Goblin?
Just because they showed me him so early. I think the first cutscene of the game was the first cutscene was Craven. Was the second one?
But it didn't have anything to do with like your engagement in the game. Was your engagement in the game or your let game?
Your engagement in the game, like, yeah, it was definitely a huge twist, but like I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought it was really well done. But that was my opinion.
Spider-Man 2 was tight.
Yeah. But like Spider-Man 2 was so fucking good, man. Like what?
Hey,
maybe
you know what I'm saying?
Maybe you had expectation. Maybe you had an expectation of him becoming the Green Goblin because he's always the Green Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
or even his dad, even Norman. I like when they showed Norman. I was like, okay, where is it? I was just waiting for the hint.
I think they're just saving. I think they're just saving it. I think they're just saving it because the Green Goblin is Spider-Man's greatest enemy.
Especially based upon the number of enemies they had in the first Spider-Man versus the second one. You know, it was like I was expecting a big roster of villains, and that it just kind of let me down a little bit. But gaming, man, it's just
focused.
We talked about it before. It's just a way to escape. So I guess that in that way, it is akin to porn, right? And I think any one thing, if you don't take any one thing in moderation, it's always negative, right? So if you play too much video games, it can mess you up. If you jerk off too much,
right,
it can mess you up.
Yeah,
if you do watch movies, it can mess you up. Yeah, so I don't think that jerking off or playing video games is necessarily a bad thing. Is that what that person was trying to say, Juice? That it's a bad thing?
Yeah. He was trying to say it's bad. Don't do it.
Yeah.
But he also thinks that you should only ever come in a woman. So
there are some games I couldn't imagine.
That's the kind of
guy. then never mind.
Yeah. But anyway, I still thought the comparison was reasonably apt. And I also feel like so
I don't agree with that whatsoever. I mean, there are similarities, yes. Like as far as activity, working the brain, and 1 and 2. But you gotta work the wrists, you gotta work the thumbs, whatever. But it's the same. I feel like similarities are very the similarities are very small versus the differences, which are very large. So yeah, I don't think it's the same.
I can have just as much fun doing both. I would probably say in my older age, video games is a little more fun. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it depends on what mood I'm in. I could be in a mood where I
think content matters too, right?
Yeah, true.
You're watching a video, and you're in the video, but then you're let down by something that happens in the video, and you're
throws you off.
you know, throws you off. He's like, well, I gotta finish, but in the game, it's like the ending of a game can really throw you off if it's a really great experience, and then the game ends, the game ending sucks, and you're like, fuck,
Now, do you guys think there's any aspect
in that sense?
Well, I guess fundamentally it's true that, like you said earlier, there are healthy or there are positive aspects of gaming, right? That can can be good for you. But is there any particularly healthy aspects of gaming that you would mark as healthy? That where it's something healthy? Where you would get
physically,
you're either physically or mentally that you would consider a loss
mentally
if one doesn't play video games.
Say
they live a typical life.
Gaming.
I'm not saying sedimentary, let's sitting on the couch on TV. Say they have an engaged life, right? But they don't play video games. Is there anything particularly healthy you would say about video games that would kind of give?
Yeah, I mean, like I think to a variety of points that were already mentioned. Yeah, I think gaming helps.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, it helps things that are already there. It helps to hone things that are already there, like critical thinking and problem solving. Right, like you already have those skills if you've lived a fairly normal life, right? You either through school or just through life experience. But like I feel like with video games, it forces you in those modes almost constantly, and that sharpens your skills in those areas. And I don't know about you, but I feel like those skills are extremely important in day-to-day life.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like whether it's holding a conversation, which could be a debate, which requires critical thinking in order to navigate, or if you're at work and some shit goes down and you need to fucking figure out a solution.
Yeah,
that's problem solving. You start thinking about what solutions could be. You know, it also good.
I was just gonna say I don't know if it adds any health benefits per se outside of maybe your imagination. You know, like the person who, like you said, you know, lives a pretty fulfilled life, doesn't sit around and watch TV all day. But does gaming add anything to their lives? I'm not quite sure, but who wouldn't want to jump off of a tower down on an orc and slaughter it? You know what I'm saying? And then get into a fight with a platoon of orcs. You know, like of course I do. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I couldn't imagine my life not playing Shadow of War or Shadow of War. You know,
no,
like
I mean, it's
Spider-Man 2, experiencing that story. Like, why would you not want to? Yeah, of course, it adds value in the imagination department. You know,
and I mean, there's also, I mean, entertainment is a very important aspect of anyone's life,
especially in this society
too.
where we work. Especially in this society where we work so much. That, you know, it's important to like and relax.
Yeah, like entertainment is, I mean, there's a reason why the entertainment industry is so fucking massive and profitable, and like it's there, but it's there so people don't fucking kill themselves from boredom. You know, like,
I mean,
like
people
you're entertained.
Yeah, this is what humans
do. People will find
things that entertain us.
Yeah, I mean, entertainment doesn't come in the same forms.
Like we invent games all the time. Yeah,
and it's like that's why they say it's good for your kids to get bored, because it forces them to expand their imagination. It forces them to expand that brain power to start thinking of new things to play with things that they already have.
Yeah,
you know, like it's. I feel like that's an extremely important aspect of human life. That's a healthy benefit, because it's
how did we solve
it's working that brain.
How did we solve boredom when we were younger? Like, because we didn't have the games. I remember when we first got a Super Nintendo. That was top-notch, cutting-edge technology back when we were
cutting edge.
I don't even remember what grade I was in.
Inventing games, like Kaman said, inventing games, all the like inventing schoolyard games, inventing games like if you just chill in.
Yeah, hey, you remember fighting on your desk with your fingers?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember
like great games were born like triangle football, you know, flicking the triangle football, Pogs, or like, you know,
Pogs, what the fuck?
Yeah,
remember the little Velcro mitt with the tennis ball? We used to throw them joints back and forth all the time.
I see ours right over there.
Yeah, dude.
Then you have these other toys. You have these other toys. Like, this shit is fucking like cobbled together, and then you start playing with this toy. You're like, oh shit, this shit works. Like, remember those clicker toys? They go click.
Oh, the little knocker things. Yeah,
yeah. It's like hours of entertainment right there. Right? Hours of fun right there.
I remember me and Chris Hare, we were playing around outside, man. I don't remember what grade we were in, 7th grade, 8th grade. We found some sticks and we tied strings to both ends of the sticks, and we had them over our backs like they were bows and arrows, you know what I'm saying? And we had these super soakers. Remember super soakers?
Yeah.
No, we had Super Soakers. We were running around the backyard, and my aunt was like telling me, like some years later, like, y'all look so crazy running around back there, you know, running around like, because you know they grown ass adults. They looking at us. I'm like, bro, you didn't see what we saw. We saw a full platoon in that backyard. Like there was an army there, you know. Like,
so we already lost a man. Like
we saw it.
We were in the dirt. Like dude, there was no support coming.
Right, in the mud. From my family,
it was us.
It's crazy.
Like it was us. It was just us.
I guess to Frank's point, like video gaming is a good way to expand people's imagination nowadays. Maybe I guess kids nowadays don't have the same imagination that we had. Like if my son's cell phone and his tablet's not charged, he says he's bored. Like what did we do? Because we didn't have that stuff.
Well, we didn't, but this generation is different. And again, it goes way back to what we were talking about before with the information, just like, oh, it's so much, right? Mm-hmm. And it's really hard for us to be bored now. But at the same time, like it's like, well, my point is that we didn't have that, like you said, but they have access to so many things where it's almost impossible for them to be bored. But I think that's to the detriment of future generations where they're not allowed to use their imagination because they're constantly being entertained. They're constantly being they're constantly being stimulated by anything. Like you can literally not be bored in an entire day if you had an entire day. If you had 24 hours to constantly be doing something, you can easily find shit online to do. Mm-hmm. You know, and it's like before, it's like we'd be bored all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
You know, that's where like the fucking like cans on the phone with the string came from, and it's like, you know, it's like it's crazy, man.
Maybe it's the modern day Americanization of all of us, right? But like if the Wi-Fi goes out in your house, it's like, oh shit, what are we supposed to do now? You know what I mean? Like it's
or if you have a blackout. If you have a blackout, man. Damn. You know, time to go to sleep.
I know, right?
Yeah, you know, I guess real quick before we go, man, do you guys notice personally that and maybe it's like you said, the oversaturation of just brain stimulation that we have, like, is it harder for you guys to like hold the tension on, say you're watching a 3-minute video on Instagram or Facebook or wherever, you know, like, do you ever find yourself maybe a minute and a half into it and you're like, I'm bored? You know what I'm saying? Does that ever happen to either you guys?
Yeah, it happens. It happens, but like
at the beginning, you're interested.
I don't know. It happens to me, but I'm not like, I don't know. Maybe it's indicative that it does happen to me. But like, it doesn't really happen. It happens to me in the sense that like, yeah, like if I'm watching it, like I'll know like 5-10 seconds in if I want to continue watching something, and if I'm like not interested, I move on. But like, it's also kind of like the standard of like how we're being fed information now. Now it's all like bite-sized 30-second and 1-minute clips. Yeah. Usually something funny, usually something relatable, quick like hit. You share with your friends. You know, you share with your friends, and this is what's considered communication. Yeah. Considered like, oh shit. I think
snippets of media are now.
I think Kaiman will find this funny. Or you know, I've been guilty of this. I sent stuff to the group, like, you know, some videos to the group, like, and I was just like, oh yeah, this shit is funny, right? And it's like 35 seconds of something stupid happening. Yeah, and it's like I think that's just like the standard these days. You know,
to the point of the conversation is that never happens with video games. I never have a problem with an entertaining video game holding my attention. Like, I can easily play a video game for 3 hours and not think about cutting it off for lack of paying attention to it, you know, as long as I'm engaged with what's going on, you know.
I'm playing Final Fantasy Rebirth. Which I will be doing right after this. And I'm playing Final Fantasy Rebirth, and that game has held my attention for 8 hours at a time.
I think I'm going to watch it for you. That's what I'm going to do. You talk me into it.
I'm going to play VR and Half-Life Alyx, which is weird. Weirdest shit ever. Yeah.
Nice.
weird. I never played Half-Life before. I don't know what the fuck. That's just
really. Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, boys, we made it to the 4 hour and almost 15-minute mark, man. It's crazy.
Damn, it's almost 2 a.m.
Crazy, bro. You know we ain't
with daylight savings time. It's gonna be
right.
That was 23 minutes ago. That was 23 minutes ago that we said we're gonna start this new topic. 23. God damn it.
Just a short topic.
Oh, man. Yawning and whatnot. Well, thanks for joining us, guys. You know, hey, especially Claudine. If she hung in this whole time, you got it.
There are 2 people watching. I have no idea.
I'm about to say that's crazy, man. Well, yeah, boys, man, it's been a good cast, man.
Yeah, guys. Good.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out on my birthday, man. Y'all made a player's birthday worth it, man. It's cool.
Hey, I'll get you these. I'll get you the Trump shoes for your birthday.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I'll never wear them ever. They're ugly as shit. That's the first thing I thought. Like, shit. What the fuck? With a big ass T on the side of it. Like,
dusty copper ass.
You could have at least came out with a cool logo T. If you just put a regular ass T on the side of it.
Just like a black shoe with a red T. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah, boys.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, fellas.
Y'all
take it easy, man.
All right. Peace.
You too. Later.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the Intelligent Idea Topic Podcast.